Good morning and welcome everyone back to day 2 of CwX APAC 2023. For those of you who are joining us today for the first time, my name is Ken. I'm a product specialist here at Caseware Asia, and I'm one half of your host for today's events. So we've got a very exciting lineup of different topics and presentations for you today. All that is going to be a bit of a theme. So we're very excited as well to launch our new product, Tax Flow, presented by George in a session later today. To kick things off, my colleague Sarah has recently had a chance to sit down with the CEO of Caseware International, just to share some thoughts with him, learn a little bit about him and what Caseware International is all about. We've got that pre-recorded video, and we're just going to play that just to get everyone into the mood for a host of very interesting and exciting presentations. So we'll have that video up in a moment now.
David, thank you for joining me today. Looking forward to a bit of a chat and getting to know you a little more. So thank you for your time.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to CwX. I've been in seat for about 2.5 years now. Obviously responsible for our strategy, both organically and inorganically, and all the lovely acquisitions that we've done. It's been a pretty interesting journey so far. We've done 7 acquisitions. We continue to grow the company organically fairly well. We're building product as fast as we can. And, the first year in seat was really around surrounding myself with an executive team that were really great at their craft, a chief product officer, chief marketing officer, chief commercial officer, and so forth, just so we can kind of get back to kind of grassroots on we are a software company, and so let's go build great software and kind of go from there. And so that, in addition to acquisitions and coming up with like a global headcount strategy and a global office strategy and all those things that kind of to come into play when you're a new CEO at a great company. So it's been exciting. I love the company. I love our backers, HG Capital, based in the UK. They've been super fantastic, very supportive, know the space really well, which I think is really important when you have, a backer like that. So here we are.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned, Caseware Australia was recently acquired by Caseware International. So how do we in the Asia Pacific region fit into the company's vision? And I guess from that, what are the main benefits of that?
Yeah, I think the first one is, Caseware Australia has been around for, I think, 25 years, and Craig's done such a great job. And it's always just a pleasure, just dealing with our distributors in general. But part of our investment thesis was, let's take this very indirect go-to-market model all through distributors and resellers and see if we can bring them into the Caseware family, build on some I would guess, growth synergies. Is the first part, but more importantly, just allowing ourselves to get really close to the market and to the customers, and just building the organization into a direct model where corporate headquarters, Caseware in Toronto, can actually lean into the distributors more if they're part of the Caseware family and listen a little bit more attentively and just do a lot more to help grow and to help build product and so forth. So, Australia was, I think, 6th on the list of the acquisitions that we did. And I think we're complete now. We've got all the kind of the best and fastest growing distributors was really part of the investment thesis, honestly. That's been exciting for us. And we've seen just tremendous opportunity and collaboration around the world. This is a long answer to your question, so I apologize, but I got one more thought. And I think the other one is just, allowing, again, the company to grow inorganically just shows a little bit more depth in what we're trying to do as an organization, which is super exciting for us. And, we think that there's a tremendous opportunity in Asia Pac, and we really didn't have a a foothold into how to do that. So selfishly, we're hoping that Craig and the Australia team could be that, I guess, stake in Asia Pacific for us and help us grow and manage areas outside of just Australia, which is exciting for us. So we think there's a tremendous opportunity.
Great, of course, now working with our colleagues across the other Asian offices and then globally being a part of conversations to flesh out roadmap development items and everything. It's really exciting. It's been instant.
And we see this all over the world, by the way. Like when we merged the Netherlands, they had the Netherlands idea and Netherlands working papers, and then we had Denmark, and we would bring them together and just watch them collaborate. It's just been really exciting, and selfishly, I kind of say, well, it's almost been too easy. Like we knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to be great, but it's just proven out to be time and time again, really exciting for us. And in fact, I'm heading over to Singapore, I think at the end of January, to meet with Craig and kind of the distributors and resellers that we have in that area. So I wish I could have gone to Melbourne. I love Melbourne. I bought my last company I was at, I actually bought a company in Melbourne. So I'm very familiar with the area. I love Australia, and you're rolling into your summer now, which is lovely because, as you know, it's getting cold here.
For sure. So I guess pivoting now to the technology in the environment that we're in with technology rapidly evolving, staying ahead of that curve is obviously critical to success. How does Caseware ensure that what we're building stays current and meets those industry needs? Yeah,
it's harder than you think, I believe. I think first and foremost, you're right. Technology is evolving fast, and this is an industry that has historically been very desktop. And as you know, we're moving everything to cloud. The industry is transforming, I believe, in general. How companies are doing audits is changing, and our clients really want to work faster, smarter, with better quality, et cetera. And what's exciting for me is as we push toward cloud, it's really it's underpins really how the transformation's happening, and it allows our clients to work faster, smarter, with better security and more insights, data-driven insights, if you will. And I say this time and time again. It's kind of fortifying the technology. It really kind of underpins the relevance of the profession, which is exciting. We've got so many things going on right now that are top of mind. AI, obviously the big one, ESG, and even specifically in Australia, tax flow is a product I think that we're going to talk about it at this conference, which is exciting. I know it's in its infancy, but we think it could be a huge success for us there and elsewhere. So long answer to your question, but I think the short answer to that is just be really market facing, build things that are progressive, that the market needs. I'm not a big fan of going and build shiny objects because I have this great idea one day. And in fact, if I try and do that, my chief product officer usually kicks me out of his office, say, no, Dave, it's not on our roadmap. So, but just being really close to the market. And again, I'm going to kind of put an exclamation point around why you acquire a distributor. It just allows us to get really close to that market and really understand, all right, what does this market need? Which has been, that's how we built our platform, so it's been great.
Absolutely. A large customer base that are still using our desktop products, but we really enjoyed being able to start introducing cloud aspects to that to make that migration to cloud a fairly seamless thing for everybody. It's not a foreign concept to them. They're already using cloud, perhaps in a hybrid scenario. And as we move more and more to the cloud, there'll be a trigger point for people, I guess, along the way that now's the time for us to make that move.
No doubt. And I think even in your region, I think 85%, we did this large survey, as you know, and I think 85% of the people we surveyed are either using cloud fairly aggressively or have at least started. And I think in your area, 65% of your clients are doing something in cloud, which, by the way, is absolutely fantastic. So I think Australia is kind of leading the charge on the cloud initiative, which is really exciting for us because we can learn from that. Like, why do customers want to migrate? And I'm always cautious if, be careful on giving too many points of inflection, because you want to make sure that they have a good spot to go to. And that's really what the job we have in front of us is. It's one thing to say, yes, go to cloud. And there's lots of great return on investment, thoughts around that, but you have to make sure that you're giving them something that is progressive and that they need, and it's going to make their job better, not just change for the sake of changing.
And so I guess to wrap things up, David, you've talked about the acquisitions made, that the Caseware family's grown, and we're all sort of one big team now, which is brilliant. We've talked a little bit about technology. What's your vision from where we are now looking forward over the next couple of years? Are there big focus points or anything that you think will be critical?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to continue to build out our platform specifically around cloud. I mean, that's obviously the big one, and there's so many things you can do. So it's really important to prioritize that and make sure you're getting the kind of the bigger pieces first, if you will, which is hard as a software company. Usually software companies build the easy stuff first. When we're thinking audit and cloud, we're actually building the more complex stuff first, which is time consuming and expensive, but it's going to be worth it. I mentioned a few of them. AI is a big one. ESG is a big one. Yeah, again, we talked about tax flow for your specific region. Those are kind of the top of mind ones. Without going into a ton of detail on our roadmap, which is incredibly long, as you can imagine, but those are the big ones I would say that are important to us, and to make sure we do it the right way. Yeah.
I guess the other topic I know we've talked about locally here with a number of our customers is the analytics space as well, that I understand is another topic that's being looked at too, which is very exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, when we think about the audit, it's this kind of insights-driven audit, which is really analytics. So we're fortunate that we're pretty good in that area, but there's lots more to do, and it's not lost on us that that is going to be a big part of what we're trying to develop going forward.
It's an exciting road ahead, that's for sure.
I got to tell you, it's one of the most exciting jobs I think I've ever had. When you think about an industry that's transforming so much and technology is coming with it, like rarely does a CEO get the opportunity to see both of those transformations. And as I mentioned, I feel like our technology is leading the way, and it's transformative, and it really does underpin the relevance of the profession. And you know, we're the backstop to the global financial system, right? Like it's pretty exciting, and shedding light on indiscrepancies or fraud and all these great things that you could really go down this path of, we're doing a really great thing in the world. That I won't go there, but that's just another added benefit, if you will.
Well, thank you for sharing that excitement and insights with us today.
Yeah, of course.
We appreciate your time and look forward to an exciting couple of days ahead and hearing more about it at CwX APAC.
Well, I hope you all have a great time at CwX. I think it's virtual this year, yes?
Correct.
And I'll be honest, I miss the days of us getting together and shaking hands and handing out business cards. I don't think I have any business cards anymore, but yeah, have a great time. And I hope the people that show up lean in and learn, not just learn about Caseware Australia, but some of the products we're doing and so forth, and have a great time.
Well, Sarah, that was a very interesting interview with Dave.
It was. Morning, Ken. I was very pleased to have the opportunity to chat to him. He's got lots of insights there, obviously, for us all. It's really pleasing to hear some of that stuff he brought up.
Okay, so just a quick recap of what we have done yesterday. Yesterday was a great session. We've heard from some very, very interesting people on some very interesting and hopefully very helpful topics for our attendees here. I do have to acknowledge that we did have a bit of a technical issue during the afternoon session. What we've done today, we've actually sent out a link to everyone. Check out your emails. If you have not received anything from us, please reach out to us. Within this email itself, there's a link to the LinkedIn feed that you should all be watching this video from. There is also an alternative YouTube link in your email as well. If anything does happen to this LinkedIn feed, please fall back to that YouTube feed. If anything else goes wrong, and we do find any other technical difficulties, please feel free to check out the Caseware Australia and New Zealand LinkedIn page. We will post any updates, any new links to our feeds via the Caseware Australia and New Zealand LinkedIn page. Okay. There is also a little comment box within YouTube and LinkedIn. If you have any questions during today's session, we welcome any questions that you have. Now, if you prefer to ask us any questions privately, please feel free to send us an email or send us a direct message via LinkedIn, myself, Sarah, or within the Caseware Australia and New Zealand LinkedIn page as well. Okay, today, as I mentioned, we've got a very, very big focus on the audit knowledge. We implore you to try and get involved, share as much thought, share as much information with us. That's where you can get a lot out of that. And hopefully it'll be a very, very helpful day for all our attendees here.
It absolutely should. There is an audit bent, that's for sure, Ken, but we do have a couple of exciting sessions. And perhaps just to add to what you said about yesterday, if you didn't come along, we'd encourage you to catch up on that. It was a really good day. We had a little bit of financials discussion yesterday. And of course, there's always a highlight of every conference we run. Carmen Ridley gave us a presentation. Always really interesting sessions. And the actual end to the day was also fantastic. I don't know if you thought that, Ken, but I got a lot out of Elaine's presentation on resilience and wellbeing, which of course can be very hard, particularly during an audit season the last few months. But I took some notes, perhaps aspirational notes, probably more than anything, about what I should be doing. I know I should be doing those things, but now I've got to try and do them. But that was good too. One thing I thought I just might mention too before we kick off, I did want to just shout out to everyone that is attending our conference. This is obviously our first Asia Pacific conference, and it's really pleasing to see the attendance list. We have people from all over the region joining us, from obviously a lot of Australians on the call, but we've got people in the Philippines, Manila, New Zealand, Mongolia. Help me out, Ken. I think we've had a few more. Malaysia.
Malaysia, yes, we've had a couple of interest from Malaysia.
Great. So it's really pleasing, and it's nice to be able to do this collectively then as a group as well. And just to that, those of you not outside of Australia, obviously we are presenting a lot of our Australian-based products, but Ken, there are international equivalent products that they can talk to you about as well. That's correct?
Absolutely, yes. Feel free to reach out to us. We should have our contact details. Otherwise, if not, we'll share it. There's going to be a landing page at the end of the conference with all the different helpful links, all the different videos. We are recording all of these videos. We're going to be putting up recordings into the landing page. You can come back, recap, and get a lot of information out of that as well. Another thing I wanted to mention today is there's going to be a product demonstration from George later on. Very excited to see and learn about tax flow. Well, at the end of the tax flow session, I believe there's going to be a QR code. If you can scan that QR code and get more information, schedule a demonstration or an information pack from that QR code as well. So keep an eye out for that at the end of George's presentation there.
Correct. Now, we are running slightly ahead of time, and with that in mind, I am going to awkwardly disappear for a moment. Ken, we might just put people in a holding pattern for a few minutes as we look to log in our next presenter. Matthew Zapula from the AOSB is joining us, which is fantastic. But as we have with every conference, there's always just a slight technical hitch getting Matthew involved through the important security measures of the AOSB through to our stream. So I do need to just jump offline and assist with that. So if you'll all just bear with us, we will aim to commence his session on time in 3 minutes' time. So we'll be back with you shortly. Thanks, Ken. Chat soon. Apologies for that delay, guys. Matthew's just coming online now, so just in preparation, we will do a switch over of screens. It may be that I'll be Matthew's barrel girl and be flicking slides for him, which is completely fine. We've done it before, we'll do it again. So just in preparation for that, bear with us while we make that change, and I'll run you through a little bit of an introduction to Matt. Just bear with us. Okay. Looks like Matthew's online. Matthew, I'll see if I can add you to the stage now. Thank you, Ken. There we go. We've got him. Matthew, thank you for joining us.
Yes.
I'll introduce
Hello.
you properly and then we'll kick off. Matthew and I go way back, I think, but I'll formally introduce you. In Matthew's role, he's the technical director at the AUASB and leads the team responsible for the development and delivery of the Australian Auditing and Assurance Standards. Matthew's also actively involved in managing and developing relationships with significant Australian and international stakeholders from the accounting, the business, investment, regulatory and standard setting communities. That sounds like lots of coffee meetings, Matt. Before joining the AUASB, Matthew was in the position of Assistant Auditor General, Standards and Quality at the Victorian Auditor General's Office, responsible for maintaining professional standards, implementing and monitoring quality frameworks and systems, and contributing to VARGO's strategic and business unit planning. Prior to that, Matt was the director at PricewaterhouseCoopers, responsible for overseeing the implementation of assurance methodologies and technologies, including addressing the impact of changes to guidance and standards, designing and delivering technical and professional training, and overseeing inspection and review activities. And that is where I have fond memories of sitting through training sessions, I think, Matthew, that you used to deliver at PwC many moons ago.
You're in the minority if you have fond memories, I think. Most
Never.
people would call them being boring.
Yeah? Not at all, not at all. Okay, so we're going to tag team, I think, Matthew. I'll share my screen.
Yes, we are.
That's fine.
My apologies, everybody online. I'm actually presenting on my iPad. For some reason, I logged in today and my computer doesn't seem to be wanting to accept the link for the conference platform. So hence, I'm on my iPad. Fortunately, I had that as the background. Great. It does mean that the angle's not great, and you can see one of my 17 or many of my 17 chins. So I'm going to try and sort of, where possible, sort of, link down so that I don't look appalling. But again, apologies. And it does mean that I've asked Sarah, because I am on the iPad, it means I can't control the slides. But I don't have many slides, so hopefully that won't be too big an issue. Yes, as Sarah mentioned, and that wonderful bio that someone else obviously wrote, because I couldn't write anything that good. I do go back a bit with her, but also obviously I've had the fortunate opportunity to present at this conference before, or predecessor conferences that Caseware have organised. And what I wanted to say up front before I get into my presentation is a big thank you to the Caseware organisers. From my perspective and from the AUASB's perspective, we obviously have a very full agenda. We engage very widely, but we don't have many opportunities to engage with firms and practitioners who work, let's say, at the smaller end of the spectrum, on smaller clients. We obviously have a lot of engagement with the larger firms and the regulated firms and the professional bodies, etc. So we really value this opportunity to present to this forum, both in terms of giving you an update, but hopefully also getting a gauge of your questions, your feedback on some of the issues that are going on in the auditing standards space. So my presentation today is not a huge number of slides. It's really designed to give a high-level overview. What I'd really love is that, in an ideal world, there's lots of questions and discussion at the end that conference attendees can raise, particularly that are relevant to your audience, Sarah. And I've asked Sarah throughout the presentation and at the end of the presentation to feel free to throw any questions my way or any issues my way, particularly aligned to other topics that are being covered in other sessions, etc. So my session is due to go for 45 minutes. I estimate my time frame, my presentation will go probably about 25 to 30 minutes, depending on how much I decide to bore you all. I will try and leave plenty of common questions at the end. But I'm also, Sarah, very happy to take questions on individual topics as we go through the presentation if they're coming through from participants. So I'll leave that up to you to intervene as required. Okay, so I will take you through what have been the key developments this year and what are our upcoming priorities. That will be the majority of my presentation. Again, I'm going to try and emphasise the elements of the AUASB's activities that are geared towards smaller and medium tier firms who are more likely to be represented today. But nonetheless, I will be covering everything so that you have a broad understanding of what's on our agenda or what has been our focus for some time. I do want to spend quite a bit of time talking about sustainability assurance because that's really the key sort of quantum development in the reporting and assurance space. Sarah, I must admit I didn't check in with you. Have you had anyone? I know Carmen is presenting from the point of view of reporting. Has Carmen already presented to this audience, or is she?
She did present yesterday, Matthew. Yes.
Yeah. So obviously, Carmen, I imagine in her presentation would have updated the participants with the work that the AASB has done in terms of their sustainability reporting exposure draft that's currently out. Well, essentially, we're now in the place where the AUASB is contemplating what should be the assurance response in relation to that matter. Recognising, of course, it's very hard to determine what the audit and assurance requirements need to be until you have clarity around what the reporting requirements actually are. And in particular, in this situation where this whole area of sustainability assurance and assurance over climate reporting information is really uncharted territory for all of us. So it's very much an early stage development as opposed to the financial reporting requirements, which is quite a mature area. So I will talk to that, and that may prompt some questions, but I certainly don't want to alarm everybody on the call or on the conference because in terms of the main impact beyond the really big listed entities, it's going to be a number of years before it really has a direct impact. It may have some indirect impact, which I'll talk about. So I don't want anyone to be alarmed by that, but I think it's worthwhile giving you an update. I'll conclude on where things are going internationally. Obviously, in Australia, we have a mandate from the Financial Reporting Council and our legislation that our standards have to be aligned with the international requirements. So very much the AUASB is driven by the agenda that's coming through internationally. So whilst there's no specific elements to roll out here and now, I do want to give you a flavour of what's coming down the pipeline. So Sarah, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Okay, so the key development for us this year is we have a new AUASB chair, and that's Doug Niven. Doug was previously the chief accountant at ASIC. He was in that role for, I think, well over 27 years. And so he brings a wealth of experience to the role as AUASB chair. In our previous capacity, we dealt with Doug regularly, both in terms of regulatory requirements, outcomes from audit inspection programs, and when there were changes to standards. Obviously, Doug, representing ASIC, was a key stakeholder who we would engage with to ensure that regulatory matters are all being adequately dealt with, which is great news for us because it means that, instead of having a new chair who we've had to start from a zero base, we've been able to hit the ground running with Doug. And in particular, I mentioned sustainability assurance. Well, that's certainly been probably the key project we've been able to deal with. We've been required to deal with. Doug, with his previous ASIC experience, was very heavily involved in the preliminary work on that. So, as I said, Doug's certainly been able to pick up where our former chair, Mr. Bill Edge, left off in that respect. So, whenever you have a new chair, there's obviously a change in direction, a change in process. And so it's something that, Doug's been in the role now for about 3 or 4 months. We're still, reforming our strategy. We're going through the process of determining, what the AUASB is going to be dealing with going forward. I will cover quite a lot today, but I expect that over the next 6 months, it'll change again as Doug has more influence in his capacity as the chair and CEO of our organisation. It's also important to note, I put these slides together, a while ago. It may have already been touched on, Sarah, in one of the other sessions, but last week the government announced that they are going to be merging the Financial Reporting Council, the AASB, and the AUASB into one organisation. And so they've committed to having that consultation process around that and looking to have that implemented in about 2 years' time. So it doesn't impact the AUASB in any way in the immediate term, but obviously over the course of the next couple of years, in terms of our structure, in terms of our processes, etc., that may be something that gets revised, but obviously not something to worry about right now. The key initiative that we have been working on in recent times has been our consultation paper on the sustainability assurance requirements. So the International Board has worked very diligently over the last year or so to put in place a proposed sustainability assurance standard, and we exposed that in Australia and have sought comment on that and did an outreach in relation to that. So if some of you may have already been involved in that or thought about that, again, I emphasise it's probably not something that's right on many of your radar screens right now because your clients are unlikely to be impacted right now, but certainly it's something that is a very important issue for the AUASB, the AASB, and the broader reporting community. So that's really been our biggest focus in the short term. A few months ago, we put in our submission in relation to the revised ISA 570, which is ongoing concern. And that is a topic that would impact all of you. Essentially, it has changed the requirements, the exposure draft proposed to change the requirements as it relates to reporting of going concern. So not really massive change in terms of the work effort or the risk assessment requirements that related to going concern from an entity, but certainly a considerable change in the reporting outcomes and the way going concern matters are reported for entities going forward. So that's something that you may have, again, seen in passing. We certainly put out a lot of communications around it about 3 or 4 months ago. We will monitor that issue closely as the IAASB finalise their proposals. One sleeper issue that came through last year, which again is one of those issues which you don't think is a big issue to start with, but when you start thinking through the ramifications, it actually does have quite a lot of flow-on effects, was the update of our ASA 700 standard, which is on auditor reporting, for the changes to ASA 101. So the AASB last year, following on from changes that happened internationally to the IASB standards, amended their terminology as it relates to accounting policies. So you now sign off, or the entity preparing accounts signs off on material accounting policies as opposed to significant accounting policies. And I apologise, Sarah, if Carmen had already covered this, but the context from an auditing point of view is that our audit report templates and the requirements referred to significant accounting policies. The auditor has to sign off that those significant accounting policies are appropriate. Well, now, of course, it's material accounting policies. So in substance, this is really not a big change. In form, it's quite a big change in that we've had to go through and update all of our standard templates and wording to reflect the change that's come through from the AASB's change to the underlying accounting standard. So a message for you all out there is for the upcoming year end, make sure you check your audit report templates to ensure you have the correct terminology as it relates to this change that happened in relation to AASB 101. Sarah, if we could go to the next slide, please. Earlier in the year, actually late last year, we put out a consultation paper in respect of expanding key audit matters beyond listed entities. So again, I'm going to take for granted that there's not a lot of listed entities being audited by the people on this call. And I apologise if I'm being incredibly judgmental, and there are a number of people who do fall into that category. We put out a public consultation asking the question, okay, key audit matters have been in place now for the best part of 6 or 7 years. From an Australian perspective, should we expand them beyond just listed entities? We got a flat, absolute no. The feedback from a whole host of different stakeholders was, no, key audit matters, keep them, only make them mandatory for listed entities. So the bottom line is that we're not expanding that. I do, however, note that it's something that's still being looked at internationally. Internationally, they're looking at expanding key audit matters to be relevant to all PI entities as opposed to listed entities. So that's something that may impact us in a number of years' time. But at the moment, CAMs in Australia are only relevant to listed entities. And obviously we'll advise in due course through the international discourse that happens whether or not those changes evolve to apply CAMs to PI entities as well. ASA 600 is the new group audit standard. We approved it last year, and when I gave my update at the equivalent conference last year, I provided more background in respect of ASA 600, so I'm not going to go through it again. I will just mention that the AUSB did go through and publish a series of FAQs in relation to the application of ASA 600. Now, again, I'm going to take for granted that the majority of people who are attending today aren't going to be responsible for large group audits across multinational engagements. So a lot of the impact of the change to this group audit standard probably won't have a lot of relevance to you. But if you are doing overseas or interstate audits of subsidiaries that are part of a component audit as part of a group audit, you may find that some of the aspects of your audit change. And in particular, there are now expanded requirements for the group auditor to review and supervise the component auditor's work. So you may find, as a result of the change in ASA 600, that there is a change in scope, a change in whose responsibility elements of the audit is from a group or component perspective. So it's something to just put on your radar screen if you know that you are working on group audits. The FAQs that we've published go through 12 common scenarios that are changing as a result of the change to the auditing standards. So we'd encourage you to look at those if that impacts you. Back in July, we released a new AUSB bulletin, which was targeted not at auditors, but at those charged with governance, so directors, committees of management, etc., in relation to not-for-profit entities. So those of you who work in the not-for-profit space, obviously regulated by the ACNC, and the way that the ACNC categorise their entities between large, medium and small. I won't go into that detail. If you are a medium entity, you actually have the choice whether or not you engage a firm to have an audit or a review done. The evidence that the AUSB has from research that we've done in the past is that whilst a large portion of the not-for-profit and charities space that fall into that medium category could get a review done, which is of a lower level of assurance and, you know, a lesser onus on the entity and the like, they actually choose not to. They defer to doing an audit. Now, we've done, as I said, we commissioned research on this a number of years ago, and the feedback that we got was very much that, well, entities don't understand the difference between an audit or a review, or they sit there and look at the differential and go, well, what's the point? I might as well just get an audit done. And the other big factor is that a lot of entities will have the requirement to have an annual audit done embedded in their constitution or their other, you know, sort of mandating documents. Not to mention a lot of entities, particularly where there is it's a not-for-profit entity, so there is a sort of public interest, will get an audit done as a governance procedure. So we are not, as an AUSB, advocating for an entity to have an audit or a review done. That is a decision of the entity, but reflecting the fact that it is actually the responsibility of those charged with governance to make that decision and commission the firm to do an audit or review. We produce this bulletin, which really goes through how do they make that decision, what are the key factors they need to consider. It's really about informing that group of people as to what the differences are between an audit and a review, so then they can make the right decision. Reflecting the fact that particularly at this medium sector of ACNC entities, a lot of the people who work in this space, a lot of the people who give up their time and work on committees of management, etc., don't necessarily have the technical knowledge or background that, you know, the people who work in the corporate sector may have. So this bulletin is something that hopefully you'll find useful and something you can share with your clients where you have not-for-profit entities, and this is a consideration that they have around whether or not they should be doing an audit or review in certain circumstances. Look, I'm going to wrap up this update with what we're doing in the public sector. So again, Sarah, I'm not sure how many of your participants would be operating in the public sector, but obviously there are many firms, small, medium and large, who do subcontracted work for respective auditors general, and many of you may work on public sector clients in some way, shape or form. So I just want to conclude by mentioning that after a number of years where the AUASB has probably not done a lot of work on the public sector side of things, we've really made a concerted effort in the last 12, 24 months to do some work that's specifically targeted the public sector. Guidance Statement 23, which we released for the first time a year ago, and then we've subsequently updated a number of times, reflecting different areas of subject matter expertise, was updated again back in March, and it goes through the detail of what the roles and responsibilities of the engagement leader is when you're dealing with a public sector audit. And this is a particularly sensitive issue for the public sector, where you have scenarios whereby, well, hang on, the Auditor General signs off the accounts, but the work is done by an outsourced firm, or you have a delegated responsibility within the AG's office whereby individuals who are employees of that office can sign off the audit. When you delegate the engagement leader role within the body of the office, what are the policies and procedures that need to be taken into account, reflecting the fact that in the public sector it's a very different scenario that exists in the private sector, where you have governance around the Corps Act and other matters. So this guidance statement is really designed for that scenario. So if you do work in the government, in the public sector, and you do work for AGs, you may see that some of the impacts of this guidance statement is flowing through the instructions and the policies and procedures. It's certainly been developed and adopted by all the AG offices around Australia. It was co-developed with them. And I must say, I think we're very proud of the guidance that we prepared. Proof of the pudding is that we now have a number of other jurisdictions, such as Canada and the UK, who are looking to adopt something similar in their own territories based on the work that we've done. And the final piece, which I don't think is going to be very relevant to this audience, Sarah, so I won't spend any time going on it, is we've done a post-implementation review and we're updating the Performance Audit Standard 3500, which relates to the performance audits that AGs do under their respective mandates in each of the state and territory and federal jurisdictions. So that's something that we're working on at the moment. Again, probably out of scope for the people you have attending here today. So I might take a little pause there in case you've got any questions, grab a drink of water before I move on to the next slide.
Sure. We're monitoring the question box, everybody. So if you do have something you'd like to ask Matthew, please feel free to send that through. There's nothing yet, Matthew, but I might just riff off a couple of things that you have covered in that slide. Just from my experience with our customers, the bulletin that you flagged, I wasn't aware of that. I hope the people on today's call were. I think that will be a brilliant resource, because I do know that, having been in meetings recently, that is a reasonably common thread of conversation, that these not-for-profit entities, there's a lot of them in our customer base, and there is that general consensus of, an audit's better than a review, so we'll stick with an audit, thanks. And having to manage that is a challenging thing for an auditor, to almost sell the benefit of a review over an audit. Yeah,
and look, it is, and we are again, we are the independent standard setter. The issue of, do you decide to do an audit or a review, is a, sorry to be so blunt about it, a contractual issue between the client and the auditor. And so the guidance that we produce is not advocating for one way or the other. It's highlighting the difference, so that then the relevant people at the entity and the auditor or the assurance professional can, openly discuss what is the right outcome for that entity.
Absolutely.
It will depend on a number of factors: the complexity of the entity, the governance requirements. There will be some audits. Let me start again. There will be some engagements where the difference between an audit and a review is marginal. So you might as well just do the audit. You can say to the client, look, it's going to cost you X amount of dollars to do a review and X amount of dollars to do an audit, and let them decide. But there'll be some entities where genuinely you'll sit there and say, an audit is over the top for what you need. Likewise, some you'll say with complexity to say maybe an audit is the right answer for your entity. So I want to emphasize, and I'll get to it in my next slide, we're actually also going to produce guidance for auditors in this space. But the purposes of the first bulletin that we've released in this area is targeted at the not-for-profit entity and to help them make the decision. So again, I hope it will be found useful by this audience.
Absolutely. And I might take the opportunity, Matthew, as well, for those watching. ASA 600, Matthew referenced, that is obviously looming. And so just to be aware that we are looking at that at Caseware, of course, in terms of what we have to do in our technology to make that work for you. Concept of a component audit, what needs to be shared between engagement files, logistically, I guess, is something we have to factor in, and that change in scope, I guess, as well as specifically component materiality and how that gets documented and shared as well. So that's on our radar in relation to that change.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, as I said, I have deliberately not got into detail about the changes to ASA 600 because I covered it in last year's presentation because it was implemented last year. But obviously, we may have people in your client base who are now in the process of implementing that for December 2023. So if any questions or comments come from your audience, I'm very happy to address them at the end of this presentation.
Thank you. Well, that's it for now, Matthew. We'll move to your next slide, shall we?
Okay, so that's really a summary of the key focus thus far for 2023. At the moment and into 2024, if Sarah, you could move to the next slide, I'll take you through the current priority areas and where we're going. So I've already mentioned about our sustainability consultation paper, which is effectively out and done. We are in the process of finalising the submission back to the International Board by the end of this week, and at the AUASB's board meeting next week, we will contemplate the Australian-specific considerations resulting from this issue. I will talk about sustainability on my next slide in a bit more detail, but it's certainly an uncharted area for the AUASB in that in normal circumstances, we take international standards and we customise them for Australian purposes. In many cases, for the purposes of sustainability, recognising that Australia is going to be one of the first territories to adopt specific climate change reporting, where we're going to be actually producing the standards and guidance on our own without necessarily any international reference point. So it's going to be a big area of focus for us. And as I said, I'll talk about it in the next slide. But in terms of our priorities, it, more than anything else, is the number one priority that the AUASB is looking at the moment. Obviously, with the audience that you have here in mind, Sarah, I wanted to mention about the LCE standard. Now, I'm sure if we went back over the last few years, where I presented a number of times to this audience, you would have heard me talking about the LCE standard. It's now 2 years ago that we did our formal consultation in relation to the LCE standard, okay? And I will, if you don't mind, Sarah, take a little bit of time to give a bit of background in case those in the audience have either forgotten or were not exposed to that a couple of years ago. Essentially, the LCE standard was designed by the IAASB as a cut-down version of the current ISIS. It's not meant to be something different. Essentially, what they've done is they've taken all the existing standards, they pulled out the requirements. So the idea is it's all sort of in one contained space. The AUASB, and certainly all the feedback that we did on this issue 2 years ago, said, we think that approach is terrible. If you're going to do an LCE standard, LCE being short for less complex entities, what you should do is customize the nature of the requirements, the work effort, the nature, timing, extent of procedures for an entity of that nature. The International Board, in their wisdom, couldn't bring themselves to do that. Essentially what they've done is they've created a halfway house. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. where they're trying to say, oh, this standard's less complex. Oh, but you still have to do all the same requirements. So where I'm at, or where the AUASB is at, the international standard has been finalised now. We need to make a decision around should that standard be rolled out in Australia. A matter will be going to our board next week to determine that. All I'll say is that the previous outreach that we've done on this topic with people across the spectrum, from the large firms all the way down to representation from the professional bodies through their small auditor practice groups, and indeed many of the people I'm sure who are on this call. The message we got across the board in Australia was this LCA standard is not fit for purpose. In Australia, we're very comfortable rolling out the existing auditing standards. We see very limited benefit in having an LCA standard that doesn't actually change the nature of work. And we're actually concerned with the negative connotations of having an LCE standard, considering like sort of as a second prize or a poor cousin out there in the marketplace. In particular, the feedback we got from small and medium firms was, if you go to a client and say, we're going to use an LCE standard, they're going to turn around and say, well, that's great, then can you cut my fee? Which is obviously not the intention. So again, I'm careful the way I word this, recognising that there are a small group of people in Australia who are advocating that maybe this standard might be a good idea, but certainly the AUSB's current position is that we don't think it should be rolled out in Australia. It's something that will be taken to our board next week, and probably something that will probably maybe have a further dialogue down the track. But the purpose of today is to give you an update on where it's at. And again, if we fast forward to next year, I think it's likely that we'll be not talking about the LC standard because the matter will be resolved. But we'll wait and see. That may prompt a few questions from your audience, Sarah, and I'm happy to take those.
Just positive commentary, I think, Matt. Well said.
Good. Well, I appreciate that feedback, and I'd welcome that feedback because, certainly we do have some people in the industry who think the LC standard will be a positive solution, but we haven't had them give us feedback as to why that's the case. And as the independent standard setter, we can't base our changes to auditing standards on, gut feel or opinion. We have to actually have facts to support the changes. So if you, depending on where you sit, if you're a strong advocate for the standard or if you are dead against the standard, welcome any feedback you have, notwithstanding the fact that it's not necessarily something that's under formal consultation at the moment. So whether that's today or whether that's separate, I don't know.
Just a follow-up question, Matthew, actually on that. Do you know where New Zealand stands on that same standard? Yes,
I can tell you that New Zealand did a so the AUSB are going to be talking about the matter next week at their meeting. The New Zealand board covered it at their October meeting. They're inclined to produce an LC standard in New Zealand, but I think it's important to note that the marketplace in New Zealand is very different to the Australian marketplace. They have, through their Charities Commission, requirements for audits throughout very, very, very small entities. So the LCE standard will likely be released in New Zealand, but it will be targeted and only applicable to those very small charities. It won't be able to be applied across the board to companies and other auditors. So I do acknowledge that New Zealand are going ahead, but they're doing so with a very specific targeted segment in mind. In Australia, that segment doesn't exist. So in our case in Australia, of course, if you're a small charity under I think the threshold's $500,000 at the moment, revenue, you don't have to have an audit done. You don't have to have a review done. In New Zealand, the thresholds go a lot more lower. So New Zealand are going to develop an LC standard, but it's going to be targeted at that specific purpose. So we acknowledge that New Zealand have a different set of circumstances that Australia does. Great question, Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, one topic that is very important and having an influence on the whole profession, but certainly directly for the AUASB, is the current Parliamentary Joint Committee inquiry into ethics and professional accountability. Now, the genesis of this was some of the circumstances relating to the breach of confidentiality at one of the Big Four firms earlier this year. But inevitably, when the Parliamentary Committee looks at the broader profession, even though the circumstances that gave rise to this inquiry had nothing to do with audit, the role and responsibility of the large firms and their place in the financial reporting and auditing ecosystem inevitably is getting captured by this inquiry. So at the moment, it's still an inquiry that is in progress, ongoing. The AUASB has made a submission to the inquiry and our chair is going to be giving evidence to that inquiry in the new year. The current inquiry date, that the intended completion of the inquiry and recommendations for government is at the moment targeted for mid-year. I flag that with you all, not because there's any impact right now, but we expect that there will be recommendations coming out of that inquiry that will flow through to auditing requirements, whether they flow through to standards, whether they flow through to the requirements in the Corporations Act, for example, non-audit fees, independence, those sort of things. Very hard to predict at this stage. Some of you may have seen some of the commentary that's come through, particularly the Financial Review has reported on a number of matters that have been raised in this inquiry. So I bring it to your audience's attention, Sarah, not to sort of raise any red flags and say, hang on, there's a big issue here, but just to flag that it's something that is it has the potential to, have recommendations and changes that will impact the industry over the course of the rest of the year and beyond. And from an AUSB perspective, it actually is taking up a lot of our time and effort because obviously the process of developing submissions, answering questions on notice, etc., is quite an involved one. There's lots of questions about ASIC in relation to this inquiry. We obviously work very closely with the AASB, and they're also included in the mix when it comes to deal with this issue. So look, watch this space. I expect that if Sarah invites me back in a year's time, I expect that the discussion will be what were the outcomes for that inquiry and what is the impact for auditors going forward. If I move ahead, look, those three key issues that I just mentioned are really the key ones we're focused on right now. If I look into 2024, the three big issues or four big issues on our agenda at the moment are the consultation on the new fraud standard, and I'll talk about the fraud standard in a bit more detail, Sarah, in a subsequent slide. I mentioned about our bulletin on audits versus reviews. Well, we also want to produce a similar bulletin that is targeted at auditors and gives auditors guidance around what are the right procedures they should be doing if they are doing a review as a result, as opposed to an audit in relation to those not-for-profit entities. Something we initially started work on earlier this year. We've had to push it to the side because of other priorities, but I certainly expect that next year, Sarah will come back to that. We have to do all our compilations as a result of ASA 600 changes. So that's all the flow-on of the changes to the group audit standard, impacting all of the other auditing standards. Probably not a big impact for all of you, but in terms of the legislative requirements and the red tape of us updating all the standards is a big deal for us. And one final thing I'll mention is we have currently about 20 or so bulletins out there on our website, some of which are, I know still used extensively, many of which are well out of date and, were produced over a decade ago and haven't been updated. So we also have a project in place to review and go through all of our bulletins to either determine A, should we keep them, B, should we review them and update them, or C, should we get rid of them? Reflecting the fact that a lot of the bulletins are based on underlying standards that have subsequently been updated. So we either need to review them or we need to get rid of them. And if I draw back to ASA 600, the group audit standard, we have a number of bulletins and guidance statements that are linked to that topic that need to be updated, as an example. If you could go to the next slide, please, Sarah. So I've referred to sustainability assurance. This is something that's still a work in progress for two reasons. One is the AUASB is still working through it, but secondly, most importantly, Treasury are yet to release their draft legislation and policy platform as it relates to sustainability. They have done consultations, public consultations earlier in the year, so we have a good idea of what Treasury are likely to put in place. But until Treasury go public, we're not at liberty to sort of speculate or determine exactly what are going to be the requirements as it relates to the audit of the information that companies will have to put out in respect of their climate reporting going forward. So what we're doing at the moment is we're working through, rather than specific requirements, we're saying, well, what is the actual framework that auditors and assurance professionals are going to potentially work under going forward? I'll take you through the content of the slide in a moment, but essentially the AUASB's timeline is that early in the new year, probably around about February or March, we are likely to put out a consultation paper on this issue in response to Treasury's final position. And then we'd look to hopefully get an exposure draft out mid-year next year to highlight what the changes to any Australian assurance or auditing standards will be as a result of the uptake of climate reporting as part of the corporate reporting framework going forward. There's no doubt it'll happen. Treasury have committed to it. The government obviously have committed to it as part of their overall suite of policies in respect of climate reporting. So what we're working through is how does that impact Australia? So I've already mentioned that we put out a consultation paper in respect of a proposed auditing standard or assurance standard as it relates to sustainability information. That's ISSA 5000. So one of the key things we will do is once that's finalised by the International Board, we will adopt an Australian version of that. It's important to point out that that standard is framework and practitioner neutral. What does that mean? It means that, well, the standard is written globally. It's written with no particular framework in mind, recognising that across the world, there are different reporting frameworks that exist. Some companies operate under the GRI, or their companies are doing the reporting under the GRI. In Europe, there's a set of Europe-specific reporting requirements around climate reporting. There's obviously the international ISSB standards, and our Australian AASB has effectively adopted a standard that is based around those ISSB standards with variations based on local requirements, such as incorporating elements that are already required for the purposes of reporting to the Clean Energy Regulator for those entities captured under the NGES scheme or other climate reporting requirements. So we will be adopting that standard, an Australian version of that standard, but it will be framework neutral. It's also practitioner neutral, recognising that a lot of the professionals who operate in this space are not necessarily traditional accountants or auditors. So when this standard is being designed, it's being designed so that it could be applied not only by accountants or auditors, but by others, including, engineering firms, consultants. Okay, there's a lot of effort going into making sure that this standard is not creating a barrier to entry for those other professions. Logically, we believe that it's likely going to be accountants and auditors who do most of this work. Okay, but there is also an acknowledgement that when you're dealing with the subject matter here, specifics around climate reporting and greenhouse gases, there may be specific experts, and there are specialist firms that are not necessarily accountants who operate in this space. So the standard will be framework neutral. So we expect that standard to come out in the second half of the year. But what we're also working on from an Australian specifics perspective is the three elements that are highlighted in yellow there, okay? We need to determine what are the auditing and assurance requirements under the AASB's proposed reporting framework. So as I alluded to earlier, and no doubt Carmen took you through in more detail, the AASB are producing specific Australian requirements. We are going to hopefully produce specific standards or guidance which are going to help auditors in Australia to comply with auditing that information. What it's going to look like, what it's going to entail, still early days yet. The other big question is who provides the assurance. So as I mentioned, the standards that we're going to produce are going to be framework neutral. But obviously, when we look at the requirements that are proposed by the AASB's ED, it covers a whole suite of information that's both already in or consistent with what's in the financial report or other reporting requirements. So there's a question around, should it be the auditor? Should it be somebody else? That's a matter that's a policy decision. It's not a matter for the AUSB to determine. But obviously, once that decision is made, and it's likely that Treasury in their legislation will highlight this fact, then that impacts what our standards and guidance need to entail. And then the final and probably the most technical element of this is what levels of assurance need to apply to this information, which entities does it apply to, and when. So I can tell you that the government in their broad policy statements have said all the entities that are captured by reporting under the new climate reporting guidelines are going to have their reporting in place by 2030. There'll be some entities, such as entities that are the largest listed entities and those that are already captured under the existing clean energy regulatory regime, who'll have to report potentially next year on this matter, 2025 on this information. So one of the things that we are working through is developing a roadmap around, okay, well, how do we make sure that the requirements are being rolled out in a considered way based on the needs of the market, the requirements of entities, and the requirements of auditors that exist and play in this space. I could provide a lot more detail on that, Sarah. I'm not going to, because again, if you were auditing a very large mining company, this is something that is absolutely going to be impacting you in the next 12 to 18 months. If you're auditing a private company, you're unlikely to be captured by this for many, many years to come. So I'm deliberately going to avoid going into the detail because, the nature, time, and extent of reporting that entities that are captured by your client base are going to have to do will vary greatly. And I run the risk of boring a lot of people about information that they don't need to know if I was to get into a lot of detail. One thing I will mention, though, is that there will be some entities who have to will want to voluntarily report this information and have it audited. A number of environmental organisations, for example, want to sort of, for want of a better term, walk the talk and make sure that they're actually, if they're out there advocating for other companies to be doing such disclosures, that they're doing their own disclosures. So you may find you have an entity that is captured and wants to get on the front foot. Across the world, we've seen many examples where entities have, even though there's no mandatory reporting requirements in this space and no mandatory assurance requirements in this space, they have adopted it on a voluntary basis. So one of the things that the AUSB is doing is looking to have the requirements in place as soon as possible, hopefully by the end of next year, so that recognising that if there are entities who want to report and get assurance on a voluntary basis, even if the legislation doesn't require them to, the requirements are all consistent and well embedded. I expect, again, Sarah, by the time, if you invite me back next year, this will be probably the number one topic of discussion. But at the moment, it's very much targeted at the larger entity space. So I won't spend more time going through it now. Very happy to take questions.
Sure. Thank you.
So perhaps if we can move to the last slide.
Yep. We've actually gone over time slightly, Matthew, which is fine. I'd love you to finish on this one, but we've got a few bonus minutes for you.
Okay, thank you. And here I was thinking I wouldn't take up all the time. I knew I cursed myself, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Sorry, everybody. I just love the sound of my own voice. What could I say? Internationally, let me focus on one or two of these items. We've already talked about less complex entities. We've already talked about what's going on with the going concern standard. The one that I think is of most relevance to this audience is the IWSB's actions on fraud. There will be an exposure of a new fraud standard in the new year. The IWSB in their wisdom, is certainly lifting the bar around the expectations around what the auditor has to do in respect of fraud. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about the matter now. I'm flagging it with you all because it's something that in the new year, probably, again, March or so, we will be going out on public exposure. There's no doubt that the global push from regulators and other parties is to increase the expectations of what an auditor does in respect of fraud. My personal view is I think they are potentially going over the top. I think this is a knee-jerk reaction to some of the global well-known fraud cases that have happened recently, like Wirecard in Germany and Carillion in the UK. And I think the unfortunate circumstance is that auditors of all persuasions, of all sizes, are going to be asked to do more, when in reality there's probably not a lot of value in that. Now, that is a personal opinion I'm expressing. It's certainly not the view of the AUASB. The AUASB is still to deliberate on this matter. So I flag it as my last point, Sarah, because it really is a topic that will be very much at the forefront of our discussions, probably in a few months' time, and probably in the first half of 2024. So conscious of the fact I've gone over time, even though I said I wouldn't. So I'll wrap up there. Unless you've got any burning questions that have come through, maybe I'll conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. We did get one question. I'm actually going to deliberately park. David, thank you for your question. It relates specifically to Caseware, so I will circle back to that after our next presentation. What we're doing now is going into the audit product side of things based on Matthew's presentation and giving you a heads up as to where we are with product development. So I think they sandwich well together. Matthew, thank you very, very much for a really important session. It was good to hear all that. And we thank you for your agility in changing technology and everything so quickly this morning to join us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you everyone for your attention. And if you always, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we'll move on from here. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take you out of the stage, Matthew. Thank you. And move on to our next presentation. Now, the next presentation is from Tim. Tim Liu is an audit product manager at Caseware. A lot of you will know Tim. You will have perhaps been trained by Tim. He started with Caseware over 20 years ago now. He's a piece of the furniture for sure. He started as a technical consultant with us in the development team and then moved into the customer service team and headed that for a number of years, ran a lot of the training courses, as I said, and I'm assuming a lot of you know him from that time. But in 2011, Tim moved roles again into the position of audit product manager, which was a fantastic move for everybody, him and us, as he now manages the development of our audit solutions suite. So he has over a decade in that role now and has seen things in like clarity standards, the no class stuff, ASA 701, and of course, most recently, our 315 changes last year. So as well as being a fantastic product manager, Tim's actually also a very busy dad of 5 kids, which as a result means he unfortunately can't join us live today, but he did thankfully take the time to record an update for us, which we will play now. And at the conclusion of that video, Ken and I will join you again, answer any questions that might be prompted by his presentation. I'll come back to David's question as well before we move on to the next session. So let's hear from Tim now.
Everyone, my name's Tim Liu and I am the Audit Product Manager here at Caseware Australia. I apologise for not being here in person today. However, I have done a pre-recording on the things we have been doing with audit at Caseware and looking forward at where we're heading in the next 12 months. So let's get into it. So the agenda for this presentation will just be a recap of ASA 315. Just to confirm that everyone who does use the audit template understands we did address this standard in the last update and in both cloud and desktop products. ASA 600, what we are looking at achieving in the next 12 months, but also what we have got in the current product that may save some time. Just wanted to touch base on SMSF audit as well, some of the automatic tests we have put into our product and possibly reaching out to you, our users, to see what else would benefit you utilising the SMSF audit to conduct your engagements. Also want to talk about the migration from desktop to cloud. I understand this topic will be covered in a little bit more detail later on. However, today I wanted to sort of just focus more on the key audit components that many of you who are using desktop may benefit in understanding what gets preserved when we actually migrate to the cloud. And then we'll touch base on where we are looking ahead over the next 12 months, such as analytics and AI, and also some other new features we're going to add to our cloud products. Once the presentation is complete, that will be it for me, and I'll pause the presentation for questions, and Sarah can take you through those after I've finished my presentation. So I wanted to first talk about 315 and what this actually involved, as many of you who were certainly involved in dealing with a lot of the documentation around 315 would have known that this was a big change in the audit methodology, and it was a major collaboration project between ourselves, Caseware International, and other stakeholders. We also reached out to several of our key customers to get some feedback on what they were thinking and what they thought and whether we were on the right track. And we worked through a number of professional standards consultants and experts to get the 315 standard as good as we possibly could. So in terms of what we have done with 315, we obviously focused on both desktop and cloud. With the desktop, it was primarily the risk cards and the risk reports that had the biggest change, which included the changes in the risk assessment scale. So we did sort of move off the high, medium and low to more significant higher and lower. Our worksheets for understanding the entity went through a major redesign to align more with the Appendix 2 of ASA 315. And we also developed a brand new work paper 3-210 Risk Assessment Summary, which was pretty much designed with the engagement partner in mind. An engagement partner may not like spending a lot of time in the FSA and or the risk report. So the idea of this work paper is not only to combine the FSA and risk report into one, but it also gives the partner the ability to filter by the inherent risk. And we have had some pretty positive feedback with this work paper since we have released it. In terms of cloud, the changes were not as great because most of the changes were sort of adopted with audits designed with today's sort of structure, but we did change the things such as the risk assessment scale. The cloud also went through the understanding entity worksheets, and our risk assessment summary changed its scale to meet the new requirements of 315. So just sort of touching base on what those changes were. Most of the changes in desktop were all surrounding the assessment field of the risk card. So we've got these three new fields here, and all the results running from likelihood down to risk and material misstatement were all redesigned to meet the requirements, the new requirements of 315. So that literally happened as soon as you went through the update process. And then in terms of the actual reports, the understanding entity work papers, what you see on screen here is an example of our 2-100 understanding entity. And what you see in the other snips here is the actual Appendix 2 of ASA 315. And you can see, just for the example of entity structure, the way we've designed this document is to refer to these examples of events and conditions, which we also refer to as the inherent risk factor categories. And we've structured the headings of each of the sections in this document based on them. And these dot points that are listed in the Appendix 2 are some examples we've included also in the actual document. And this is definitely the work paper we recommend users use if they are adopting new requirements of 315. So that is kind of how we came up with the structure. In terms of the risk assessment summary work paper, so this document was designed, as I stated earlier, for the engagement partner in mind. you can see that each of these yellow areas are the FSA sections, and they're literally collecting all the information from your engagement. You can navigate to the areas as you require. But furthermore, it really does provide good insight to where the audit is, and more importantly, the partner can actually filter between significant and higher, or just significant financial statement areas and risk. So most auditors probably don't add all types of risks to an engagement. They probably only do add the significant risks, but this gives you the option to add them all if you do want that kind of level of disclosure, and then you can use the filter to just focus on the important ones. The work paper gives the partner somewhere to document, and this document we are considering, nothing's been decided yet, but as a potential component auditor work paper for ASA 600, as it does provide some key information throughout the engagement. But that will obviously be taken into account based on the feedback we have from our international partners and our customers. In terms of desktop, we literally added a whole new section into the risk assessment, which is the inherent risk component at the top. So that allows us to rate likelihood, the magnitude, which will give us an inherent risk rating that filters into our primary risk of material misstatement rating below. Unlike the desktop where we modified the risk level, this one in terms of Agile, the 315 change, only applies at the level of the risk assessment table. We released 315 in October 2022. So we do suspect now that we're in November 2023 that most engagement files have already been updated to 315. However, if there are any engagement files still yet to be applied to the October 2022 update, we do recommend that users follow the create new file and import data option, as this is a much more simplistic method of updating, but also once you go too far behind an update, you do run out of options in preserving certain information. So that is our recommendation if you are not yet fully up to date with 315, and our support team can help you out with that. ASA 600 will adopt a very similar approach to 315. Our plan is to also collaborate with Caseware International, the key Caseware customers again, and our professional standards consultants and experts. I wanted to just point out that due to some work papers we added many years ago for Western Australia, due to their specific or unique type of audit, we may already have some practical options for those of you wanting to use or early adopt 600. At this stage, we have not got a release time set for the template next year, but once we do have that announced, we will announce it to our customers so you can start doing your planning. But I wanted to sort of point out that there are work papers in the template already that does allow you to do component materiality and component FSAs. Now, these are very basic work papers. They're not as powerful as the primary FSA, but it does give you that ability to document things as you require. So I just wanted to sort of touch base on some of those desktop utilities. So what you're looking at now is the primary materiality work paper. This is 2-200 and the primary FSA. This is a consolidation engagement. So what we are doing in terms of materiality and the FSA is applying to the entire economic entity, not specific entities. Now what you'll notice is in this example where I've got 2-310 as the folder and I've got an ABC parent and subsidiary. Now what I've done here is I've actually created component materiality worksheets and component FSAs. Now how these differ to the primary one that you're seeing on screen now is they are exactly the same in terms of appearance, certainly the materiality. The only difference is with the materiality, you have the option to choose the entity that you are referring to. which is important because then you can determine the specific materiality or the component materiality of that entity, but it does not impact the overall materiality. It has this extra table down here which we utilize to work with our component FSAs, or the brown FSAs as we call them internally. The brown FSAs, and it's basically these work papers down here under the master documents, you can copy and paste these as frequently as you like. If you've got 40 entities, you can have 40 materialities and 40 FSAs. And the idea is they actually work together. So once you've filled out a component materiality, like this one here for ABC parent, you can then go to the component FSA and choose that materiality work paper, and it will format the FSA below in those balances, so you can then start doing your risk assessment at that level. It is important to note that you cannot, the FSA, or the brown FSA as we call it, is really just self-contained. Anything you do in this document does not feed anywhere else like the other FSA does, but it does work very similar, and you can use that for your main documentation. For SMSF audit, what we have done here for this last 12 months is focus on trying to enhance as much as we can to improve efficiency. So we're doing ongoing support for class, BGL and Supermate integration. And we introduced with this last release back in June and July, automatic tests into the SMSF product. In particular, it was the bank account transaction analysis. So in this case, we created 2 new work papers, 300 insights and 350 bank transaction account analysis. The idea here is we want to build more automated tests to help SMSF auditors do their audits more efficiently. This is just the first of many that we want to build, and we really do want to hear from our SMSF users on the types of automatic tests that could be built based on the data we're importing. So the 300 work paper, or the insights work paper, currently just has the 1 test in it, but it's likely to have more as we progress. And the idea is we basically press a reload button. It'll then look at all the bank accounts mapped to cash and cash equivalents. And based on that, it will produce a list of the accounts, but it will also let you know which ones reconcile with the transactions that have been imported. That's the first column. And then importantly, the second column will let you know if any of those have a net overdraft. One of the requirements of an SMSF is that the bank of an SMSF should never be in overdraft. This is a quick way for the auditor to evaluate that. Now, once they've determined that, we can then click on the link down the bottom here, which opens up the specific repeat form for the bank account analysis. And from here, we can choose any of the bank accounts we've got in the database from the pick list. And that will then sort of drive the information down here, the number of transactions, the total transactions amount, number of days with transactions, number of days where the bank account was in overdraft. And from that information, you then get this graph or this transaction analysis. And what you can do with this is you can actually sort of drill down a bit further and sort of highlight a section of the graph to make it bigger and actually see where those trends are likely to go in the SMSF bank accounts. Now, this is just one example, but we are really wanting to build many more examples for the SMSF audit, and we are looking to our users to come up with some pain points that we would like to resolve in our product. So we do look forward to hearing from you regarding the SMSF audit. The next thing I wanted to talk about is migration from desktop to cloud. Now, I understand there will be a more detailed presentation of this particular topic later on today, but I wanted to sort of run through this more from an audit perspective, especially those who are on the desktop solution, which is audit system, and are moving to cloud. The key thing to understand is we do preserve a fair bit of information, and the information we do preserve does give a very good starting point for any existing client you have in desktop to start migrating to cloud. So what is preserved? It is the trial balance and the mapping. That's a pretty important one. So all the data you've imported and mapped will come across to cloud and should pretty much present to you the same net profit, and adjustments should also come through that you have posted in the desktop trial balance. External documents or evidence, that also comes across. This is also a choice because not all external documents are things you want to necessarily include in a rolled file, but you can bring across all evidence that you've attached to the desktop solution and migrate it to the cloud solution as well. And the risk and controls will also come across. Now, it's important that we understand what does come across, but also what does not come across. So included in the migration is what we've discussed at the top. That's the trial balance, that is the risks and the controls, and that is also the audit evidence. But what does not come across are procedures or programs that you have customized. So this includes any programs that have additional procedures you've created specifically for your client, or any additional industry-specific programs you may have created for your engagement. You won't see obviously any of that coming across, as all the programs in the Agile Cloud format are a little different to what's in desktop and require a bit more scrutiny when you start going through them in the new file. The reportable items, however, is a bit different, and I've made this blue to sort of flag this. There currently is no reportable items feature in Agile or in the cloud. However, what we have built in the latest release is a way of capturing risks and controls and issues, specific issues, in a summary of detailed findings table, which you can then present in a management letter. And we have also presented, or created rather, new management letters within the Agile product as well. Now, the reason why I've got an asterisk next to reportable items is that you won't directly import them. However, if any risks or controls have been associated with a reportable item, they actually will be flagged to be reported to those charged with governance in Agile. So what we have on screen here is the trial balance. This is one of the first things that gets converted. A good testing point would be the net profit. Make sure it is consistent to what you have in desktop, but the TB will be imported and it will be mapped, which does save you a lot of time. And the adjusting entries will also come across. What we have now is the risk report here in desktop, and that will import those risks into cloud as well. We have the same risks in Agile, and controls are also imported into Agile in the control report. External documents, we also have those importing. Again, these are a choice you make when you're importing. You'll pick and choose which ones you want to come across, and the only thing you need to do then is just to categorize them into the appropriate area of the engagement. Now, in terms of risks or controls that have an associated reportable item, if this is the case, then what will happen in Agile is when you import them in through the Cloud Bridge migration, they will automatically be flagged as a point to point out in the summary of detailed findings table to those charged with governance. You can see an example of this table down here. This receipts are partially recorded risk came from the desktop file, and because it had an associated reportable item, the Agile product has automatically classified that as an item to report to those charged with governance. So we've created two new letters in Agile. We have a management letter we have a governance letter, and we have this summary of detailed findings table. Now, if you have your own letters and you don't want to use the Agile letter, that is fine. You can actually still present the summary of detailed findings on its own, and you can then export it as a PDF document to include as an appendix to your existing letters. In terms of recent achievements and looking ahead, migration is an ongoing process, but we have achieved quite a lot with that, to the point now if you start to convert your engagement files from desktop to cloud, you are probably doing or preserving more information than what we have in the standard update method 2 of the audit system template. So that's pretty impressive. In terms of my advice, I would recommend always, if you are ready to follow the migration process, always do it on a completed file, never on an in-progress file. Something else that's not happening yet is FSA information. So at the moment, the FSA information is not being migrated. However, we are looking at how we can achieve that. So watch this space. That is something that will be coming soon, the ability to convert FSA information. And that really will give you a stronghold in beginning your rolled forward files in the cloud environment. The other achievement we've achieved this year is the 3-210 risk assessment summary. So that has really sort of given us the ability to give the partner a very clean, neat document that does print out, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. Unlike the FSA and the risk reports don't print out very neatly, this one has been designed to print. So when you are archiving your engagement files to PDF, this report will print nice and neat. And we are looking at the moment, it's just in the case, it's in the stage of discussion on whether this would be one of our responses to a practical solution for ASA 600, whether we can use that as a component auditor work paper. The Agile management letters are a big thing, and they work really well with CloudBridge and the migration process. So we are really excited that we've got that in there now. And we've also produced an ASA report, which gives us a list of all the ASA requirements in the Agile product, and it will let the partner know which ones have been addressed, which ones have not been addressed, and which ones are not applicable. And you can then filter out each of those really, really promptly and get a very quick overview on whether you are meeting compliance with your engagement. In terms of where we are looking ahead, ASA 600 is obviously the big one next year. We are looking at obviously both products here, desktop and cloud. As far as cloud and Agile is concerned, we are obviously following a similar process to 315, collaborating with Caseware International, our key contacts, our key clients, and our professional standards consultants. And we will have hopefully some kind of a practical solution in design and ready to beta and demonstrate next year. Again, we may reach out to customers to get some feedback, as we are very keen to ensure we do things right and achieve all your pain points. Analytics and AI, this is an ongoing job, an ongoing collaboration project all around the world. There are regular meetings internationally and nationally about getting this right. So we are always focused on the future and what that means for audits. And we are obviously very keen to get anyone's feedback on how you think this should be. But rest assured, we are taking this topic very seriously and looking into it very regularly. And we will provide frequent updates once they become aware to us as well. Some couple of new components that we are hoping to release probably in the next cloud product of Agile will be the partner manager summary document. The idea of this work paper is to give the partner a summary of the engagement, where they stand, what is still outstanding, and our ASA report will probably be part of that as well, to ensure that we can capture the key information for the partner to establish where they stand with the file. And something else that has been requested is our update on our risk library content. We are aware it's quite small at the moment. This is also something we are looking at improving over the next couple of releases. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I will now pass it back to Sarah for her to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, so that was the audit product update from our audit product manager, Tim. I'm just going to bring Sarah back to the stage as well, so we can address some of the questions that were asked during the last couple of sessions, just being a bit wary of the time constraints we've got here. So one of the first questions we got during Tim's presentation was from Somain. Somain had a question about whether Caseware have risk response programs and templates for review engagements.
Yes, we do. Sorry, I'm reading ahead, Ken. Thank you. We do. So in Audit System, our desktop audit tool, we do have what we call a review profile. We have an FAQ, which, Ken, I might get you to paste that into our chat thread and share with everybody. There is more information in that specific FAQ that explains what is included in that review profile for you. As for our cloud-based app, we haven't yet got any review content in that. So that's on our list to consider in the new year once we're back on deck, to look at how we can make review content available to you in a cloud-based solution as well. I'll keep going, watching the clock. The other question that came up during the session, the last session, I should say, from David earlier when Matthew was presenting. Matthew was obviously talking about the future sustainability assurance requirements and what's coming. So in the context of us and Caseware, we will, of course, do what we can to support you with the production of accounts and auditing those with sustainability-related disclosures in them. It's obviously a challenging thing for us to template, I guess, for you. Every entity is going to be slightly unique, but of course there will be supporting work papers we will look to build around that new requirement to help you with that. So it's a little bit unknown as is with the standards, of course, and what the outcome of those will be. But as soon as they are fleshed out, we will be working with our subject matter experts to make sure we are best catering as we can to help you with that. And then a question that's also come through just in relation to the conference itself. We are releasing recordings of almost all of our sessions that we are able to, the ones without, I guess, future IP and things in them for you. So if you have missed anything, you will be able to revisit those. We'll cover that at the end of the conference as to where you'll get those and when. Thanks, Ken, for that. I'll hand back to you, I think, to introduce our next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Up next, we have George. George, welcome. George is going to be taking us through the launch, a very exciting launch of our new tax flow product. Just a quick introduction here. George is a product manager here at Caseware Australia. He joined the Caseware Australia team about 3 years ago to lead the development of the Caseware Australia's first tax solution, which we're going to be looking at in a moment. This, of course, meant that he actually moved to Australia during the COVID years, which was a unique challenge, but the team was very, very pleased to welcome him and have him join us. He has over 20 years experience in Caseware-driven efficiency compliance reporting, assurance, and tax products. George also enjoys working with a team of skilled and dedicated solution engineers and tax experts who share the same vision of delivering value through cloud-based tax applications. Very warm welcome to you, George. I'll pass the floor over to you now.
Thanks for that, Ken. Caseware TaxFlow, an intuitive business advisory services solution that streamlines the tax reconciliation process. My name is George, and I'm a product manager at Caseware. And over the next 30 minutes, we'll be introducing you to TaxFlow, a new Caseware Cloud app that deals with non-reporting entity tax reconciliation processes and more. But first, let's look at the vision for Caseware Tax. Our vision is to provide business advisory services with a powerful cloud-based smart engagement solution that revolutionizes the reporting and tax compliance processes for companies, trusts, and partnerships. By streamlining the financial reporting process, simplifying tax reconciliations, and effortlessly pre-populating income tax returns all out of a single tax engagement file. Caseware's tax flow allows a firm to have the entire practice on one single platform whilst gaining efficiency through data ingestion and client collaboration. Well, let's look at what is TaxFlow. TaxFlow is a Caseware cloud-based tax methodology accessible from anywhere, which assists firms with navigating the tax reconciliation process, making tax compliance easy. Caseware's TaxFlow offers a smart, intuitive interface for real-time collaboration and secure data storage, ensuring your financial information is protected. TaxFlow interprets trial balance information into special purpose financial statements, whilst optimizing the workflow to bridge the gap between financial statements and income tax returns. It streamlines your tax workflow by using the same financial data to pre-populate tax reconciliation working papers, generating accurate tax schedules, and simplifying tax calculations before providing a taxable income and a tax journal if applicable. The tax journal gets posted back to the financials to close off the last mile of the financial statement preparation process, whilst at the same time pre-populating the income tax returns. An export file of final tax data is then made available for ingestion by third-party tax lodgement solutions. Simply put, it's a tax reconciliation process that bridges the gap between financial statements and income tax returns. Well, what underpins Caseware's tax flow and keeps it all together? Tax flow makes it easy to adjust, track, and trace the differences between profit in business accounting and taxable income. The tax flow reconciliation process includes a dynamic tax reconciliation checklists with client-specific tax procedures, which guides you through the tax reconciliation process, resulting in a tax reconciliation worksheet, which provides the tax adjustment as well. The tax reconciliation statement, which explains how you got to your tax payable refundable amount. Well, let's have a look at what our alpha testers have said about tax flow so far. Tax flow will truly transform our financial reporting and income tax return process by providing a seamless and efficient solution for our tax reconciliation needs. Let's have a look at how tax flow works. The traditional use of spreadsheet technology historically has assisted practitioners to complete tax reconciliation processes, finalize tax entries, and prepare income tax returns. But it lacks an integrated approach and is prone to costing issues, duplication of effort, multiple ways of doing things, multiple sources of tax truth, and ultimately quality concerns. TaxFlow provides a one-stop comprehensive app for financial statements, tax reconciliation, and income tax return preparation, with everything you need to complete an engagement efficiently and accurately. Essentially, one source of the truth you need to achieve engagement efficiency whilst ensuring accuracy and quality. Well, let's talk data. In a practice environment, practitioners are exposed to a diverse range of general ledger systems, be it cloud or desktop client server-based solutions. Data from these systems are normally extracted and manually manipulated into spreadsheets before finding their way into tax reconciliation working papers and income tax returns. The process of transposing client data into tax working papers often involves manual processes, and often these working papers do not have built-in checks and balances to ensure the new accounts are incorporated into calculations. TaxFlow supports the importing of trial balance from general ledger systems, whether it's directly from cloud-based applications or indirectly through an Excel or CSV import. With TaxFlow's simplified data acquisition process, you're able to upload trial balances with ease into your tax engagement file. It will also identify new accounts that need to be allocated to financial reporting categories. TaxFlow also supports the import of data from other Caseware cloud apps, for example, Agile Audit, as well as cloud financials. So if you're already a Caseware Cloud app user, any effort spent in uploading and allocating the trial balances to financial reporting categories in those engagement files can be reused in a tax flow engagement file as well. If you are currently using Caseware Working Papers Desktop, for example, Financials IFRS or Audit Systems, you can easily transfer already mapped data from your desktop engagement file to a tax flow engagement file in Caseware Cloud by using the Caseware Cloud Bridge. The Caseware Cloud Bridge can transfer up to 5 years of mapped trial balances, adjusting journal entries, as well as documents from a Caseware Working Paper desktop file to a tax flow engagement file in the cloud, essentially optimizing the reuse of desktop effort in your tax flow cloud engagement. Let's consider the process of financial statement and tax classifications. Currently, the process of preparing financial statements is disjointed from tax reconciliation and income tax return process. Accounts need to be classified multiple times using legacy methods, once for financial statement reporting, then again for tax reconciliation, and often a third time for income tax reporting purposes. This disjointed method often leads to casting issues, data mismatch, and misalignment. This is often caused by new data which needs to be incorporated into the financial statement, tax reconciliation, and tax return processes manually by updating spreadsheet links and formulas, etc. TaxFlow provides you with an easy-to-use financial grouping classification process which automatically adopts tax classifications in order to optimize tax reconciliation and income tax return preparation process. Effectively, TaxFlow automates tax classifications and provides you with a method to adjust them if need be. Often, the process of preparing financial statements happens before the tax reconciliation and income tax return process, thereby doubling, if not tripling, effort required to deliver on a single engagement. This wastes effort, which could be used to better advise clients or create capacity required to take on additional clients. Now, to eliminate this waste, TaxFlow lead sheets have smart integrated tax reconciliation checklists with procedures that are trial balance sensitive. And during the process of verifying financial statement accounts, practitioners can immediately consider the tax impact of these balances and take these considerations into account in the relevant tax reconciliation working papers whilst preparing the financial statements. Essentially, by the time the financial statements have been mostly prepared, the tax reconciliation statement and worksheet should be ready for review rather than in the process of being completed. When it comes to tax reconciliation process, practitioners often start with a tax reconciliation calculation where not even the financial statement profit or loss before tax is presented at the beginning of the tax reconciliation statement. They then need to manually capture the starting point and punch in all the adjustments they have calculated in other worksheets directly on the statement. The risk of changes in dependency tax working papers not flowing through to the tax reconciliation statement and the tax worksheets that calculate the tax journal is high. In fact, using this method when providing two practitioners with the same data could potentially get you two different tax results at the end of the process. TaxFlow's working papers are fully linked and integrated to the tax reconciliation statement and pulls through from the same data source as the financial statements. TaxFlow takes a conservative approach to tax, and this approach allows TaxFlow to provide practitioners with a pre-populated tax reconciliation statement that uses account balances as a starting point. Expenses that are commonly include non-deductible transactions are deemed fully non-deductible until the deductible amount have been identified. Income is fully assessable until non-assessable amounts have been identified. And in other instances, TaxFlow assumes the tax balances are the same as accounting balances until otherwise identified. For timing differences where applicable, TaxFlow automatically calculates annual movements and reverses them for tax purposes. With principles like these, we are able to pre-populate a draft tax reconciliation statement and tax worksheet with accounting data, immediately providing you with an unadjusted tax payable receivable amount before any effort has gone into the tax reconciliation process. Let's talk gathering information. Now, without client-provided information, it's nearly impossible to start an engagement, let alone complete it. Traditional forms of communication like emails and other forms of receiving documentation is no longer adequate and deemed inefficient, as they do not provide transparency to the larger team, but rather just service the individual requesting for the information. Simply put, emails get lost, people go on leave, and source documents become difficult to find on file servers and client portals. Now, with TaxFlow, gathering information from client is easy. With its built-in query system, questions and requests for documentation can be sent to multiple recipients, and the information provided back through simple and secure communication channels lands up where it belongs in the engagement on predefined, pre-referenced placeholders or responses directly to questions end up directly below the relevant procedures for consideration, exactly where you need them. In addition, an additional benefit is that all the team members have full visibility of what has been requested and what the status of the queries are. No need to worry about who asked for what information, when, and through which method, as the query system is the only method that keeps the whole team informed. Let's have a look at how TaxFlow works. Once a TaxFlow engagement has been created, simply follow the procedures in the engagement settings to define the engagement components. After importing a trial balance and verifying the allocation of accounts to tax groups, review and edit the special purpose financial statements. Through an abridged financial statements, navigate to the lead schedules and start to verify balances and annotate evidence into the file. During the accounting process, refer to the tax reconciliation procedures and complete the tax reconciliation working papers at the same time. Once the financial statements have been prepared, review the tax reconciliation statement and worksheet and post the tax journal. Complete the income tax checklist and related working papers, then review and sign it off. And before locking down the file and setting an engagement retention rule, export the data for consumption by a tax lodgement system. Let's have a look at the different engagement options that are available through the engagement settings. In the engagement settings, the first four procedures define the components to be used in the tax engagement file. Practitioners are able to select business activity type, which defines the income statement format to be used in the financial statements. If the financial statements have not been prepared, an abridged financial statement is included for accounting reference. An option is available to use accounting lead sheets and tax reconciliation checklist procedures. Lastly, a selection needs to be made on whether the tax reconciliation is to be performed for financial statement preparation purposes only, or for both financial statement and income tax return preparation as well. TaxFlow's special purpose financial statements is supported by a settings checklist, which is predefined and can be adjusted based on the nature of the engagement and client. For example, if the client business type is services, TaxFlow will present a service type income statement rather than a trading type income statement. TaxFlow comes with an automated cover page, as well as an index page presenting all the sections of the financial statements with built-in automated page number referencing. TaxFlow's income statement is entity specific and is linked to notes. The balance sheet is also linked and note number referenced. Notes have the options to have accounting policies as part of the notes, or alternatively as part of the significant accounting policies. And the declaration statement supports all three entity types, be it directors for companies, trustees for trusts, or partners for partnerships. TaxFlow provides both an accountant's report disclaimer or alternatively a compilation report. Now, what if I'm not going to prepare the financial statements? Let's take a look at TaxFlow lead sheets and abridged statements. TaxFlow comes with an abridged financial statement consisting of an income statement and balance sheet that facilitates the navigation to automated lead sheets. Lead sheets provide a breakdown of how the balances are made up in the financial statements, supported by an annotations function to easily reference supporting documents. Integrated with the lead sheets are the tax reconciliation procedures, which provide guidance on how to navigate through each unique client reconciliation process. Let's take a look at the reconciliation tax working papers. The tax reconciliation statement has simple navigation, which makes it easy to track and trace tax adjustments. Key tax benchmark balances are available across all tax reconciliation working papers, providing a visual representation of the client's tax position. And the simple tax worksheet provides insight into how the tax journal has been calculated, and with a single click of a button, the journal can be posted to close off the last mile of the financial statement process. The tax working papers are pre-populated with accounting data, and with the guidance from the tax reconciliation checklist procedure, making the relevant tax adjustments couldn't be easier. Let's take a look at the income tax returns. The income tax returns are pre-linked to all their dependency tax working papers, making the review process easy. The reconciliation to taxable income or loss has a full audit trail to the balances that make up the adjustments. And with the calculation statement fully automated of refundable, non-refundable tax offset working papers and eligible credit working papers, calculating tax payable or receivable couldn't be easier. Once the income tax return has been completed and signed off, simply export the data to a text file to be imported into your preferred tax lodgement solution. Let's take a look at how engagements are managed. TaxFlow's Document Manager comes with a visual progress indicator identifying documents outstanding, prepared or reviewed. And once documents have been signed off, any changes post-document sign-off are identified by the review tool, which will provide insight into the pre- and post-document sign-off changes. These documents are also visible in the Document Manager, making reviewing post-sign-off changes simple. Are you keen to try TaxFlow? Well, we often get clients asking whether they can try out our solutions before purchase, exclusive to Caseware Cloud users only. By joining our beta program, you get the opportunity to try out TaxFlow whilst providing us with your valuable feedback. By joining TaxFlow's beta program, participants get several benefits, and these benefits can vary based on the size of the firm. Here are some of the benefits that participants often experience when joining our beta programs. As a beta participant, you get early access to the latest products, its related features and updates before they are officially released to market. This allows you to explore and experience new functionalities before others. Beta testers get the opportunity to provide feedback on the experience, and your input can directly influence the development process, helping to shape the final version of TaxFlow solution. Participating in a beta program can provide valuable learning experiences, and you'll gain insight into the inner workings of a product, understand its features in depth, and learn how to navigate any potential challenges. Beta programs often include a community of testers, and this community can serve as a valuable network for exchanging ideas, troubleshooting issues, and discussing best practices relating to the product. Beta testers play a crucial role in identifying and reporting bugs or issues, and by participating, you contribute to the improvement of the product stability and overall performance. And in return, you may receive prompt support in resolving any issues you encounter. TaxFlow's beta program provides early access to Caseware Cloud-only users who are beta testers to the TaxFlow solution until the beta program has ended. Beta participants may receive priority support, ensuring that any questions or issues are addressed quickly and efficiently. And by participating in the beta program, you contribute to the innovation and improvement of the product. Your insights and feedback can help the development team make informed decisions and deliver better final product. When considering joining the beta program, it's essential to evaluate these potential benefits in the context of your interest, needs, and the specific goals of the program. If you want to try out TaxFlow, please do reach out to your account manager, who will assist you in the onboarding process onto the beta program. Alternatively, wait for the QR code, which will appear on screen shortly. Also, keep an eye out for webinars over the next coming months in preparation for the June 2024 tax year end. Let's see what you get when you onboard onto TaxFlow's beta program today. What is completed to date? Special purpose financial statements for non-reporting companies, trusts, and partnerships. And for those engagements that do not need financial statements, the abridged financial statements is available as a balance checker and working paper navigator. Lead sheets are fully available for all financial categories, and they are supported by the tax reconciliation checklist procedures, which will help you navigate through the tax reconciliation process. Included is a tax reconciliation statement, which provides you with a tax payable amount or receivable, as well as a simple tax working paper, which calculates the tax journal. That is posted to close off the last mile of your financial statement preparation process. And once this is done, the company tax return checklist helps you navigate through the pre-populated income tax return. And once completed, you're able to export an income tax return data file to be imported into your preferred tax lodgement solution, a critical component of the beta testing process. Moving on to our product roadmap to see what's next in TaxFlow. As mentioned, we have the company income tax returns available for beta testing. Closer to the end of this quarter or the beginning of the next quarter, we'll introduce the trust income tax returns into the beta program, followed by the partnership income tax returns in the second quarter of next year. Between the second and third quarter of next year, we'll release the 2024 income tax returns for companies, trusts, and partnerships based on the changes as required by the ATO. We do have some stretch objectives, should time allow, and if not, they'll form part of future releases. And specifically, we'd like to be able to import distributions received from trust and partnership distribution statements, from related tax engagements, and we'd also like to introduce the distribution statement worksheet to autofill the distribution statements for both the partnership and trust income tax returns. Really exciting times with Caseware in tax. Let's open the floor for some questions. And whilst we wait for those questions, in the short term, where does TaxFlow sit in the practice value stream? It sits between the general ledger system and the tax lodgement system, providing you with the streamlined financial reporting process, simplifying the tax reconciliation process, and effortlessly pre-populating income tax returns, all out of a single tax engagement file. Sarah, do we have any questions?
George, thank you. I was excited for your session. It's gone beautifully. It's a very exciting announcement, of course. George and his colleagues have been working so hard on this product for a long time, so it's really great to see it come to fruition. I'd love to just reiterate George's part of his presentation there on the beta testing program. We recognise that there's potentially not many of you in today's session doing tax, but you probably have colleagues doing tax down the hallway. We'd love you to pass on the details to them. That beta program is important for both sides. We will all win from being a part of that. We'd love to hear what you think of this solution and what we can perhaps do to make it even better. But also then you obviously get early access to everything. So please use the QR code to fill out a form and let us know if you are interested in being part of that beta program. We'd love to involve you. At this point, George, we actually don't have any questions that have come through specifically, and I'm not entirely surprised. As I said, I'm not sure there's too many tax people here. So please feel free to let your colleagues know about the solution and perhaps reach out to your account manager either on their behalf or put them in touch yourself. We'd be more than happy to have a conversation with them. We will also look to have some sessions to clarify exactly what this product is for them as well between now and Christmas, so we can help with that too. George, is there anything else you wanted to add before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think we're all good. If you are currently using the desktop financial statements to prepare special purpose financial statements on the desktop, it's also a great opportunity to consider a cloud migration, onboarding onto TaxFlow using the Cloud Bridge and your IFRS financial statements for non-reporting companies is quick, simple, and you'll be surprised with what you get out the other end.
That's true. And look, there is also the use case we've talked about internally about these work papers potentially helping in the audit space too, with the auditing of tax results too. So we are looking at beyond just that business services engagement, where else that can tap into as well. So, if that element is interesting to you as well, again, fill out the form and we'll reach out to see how we can involve you and get your feedback on that as well. George, thank you for putting together a really fantastic launch of TaxFlow, and congratulations on all the hard work you've done. It's looking brilliant, and we really look forward to hearing now from our customers what they think of it too. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Great. And on that note, we will pause there for lunchtime. We have a break and we'll be back with you, just checking my timetable, at 1:15 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. We'll have a bit of an intro to some more people for you, and then personally, one of my highlights of the day, we will then be going to a panel discussion with some of you, which will be really exciting. And again, we'd really welcome your interaction during that panel session with fellow auditors. So we look forward to seeing you again back online for that this afternoon, before we round out the day with some more presentations just on our cloud and cloud apps and that migration journey to them. And then we'll touch on our roadmap before wrapping up the day. Thank you for your participation this morning. We'll see you after lunch. welcome back from your lunch break. It was a short one, but we hope it was beneficial. Before we kick off our afternoon, we wanted to take the opportunity, a little bit like we did yesterday for those that joined us, just to, I guess, reintroduce some of our Caseware team. When I started at Caseware 14 years ago, a while ago now, I think I was employee about number 12 or 13. We've almost doubled in size since then. And so there's a lot of newer faces. Some of you will no doubt know a lot of the people you're about to see. But we thought we might do something a little different, a bit of a rapid fire get to know us. So we'll play a quick video before we move on with our afternoon.
Photography,
gym workout, reading,
Lego, traveling,
the family,
I love eating out in fancy restaurants.
reading or knitting.
balloon making.
Mostly my time is playing with kids.
I love watching movies and TV. Meat curing and salami making.
Painting.
Exercising,
Tinkering.
AFL, basketball, tinkering in the garage,
Trekking, like reading, gardening, and hiking.
cycling and yoga. Top Gun, Star Wars,
Lord of the Rings.
Hot Shots, the original Star Wars,
Anything with music in it. Crazy, stupid love.
True Lies,
Those anything Christmas. Midnight in Paris.
anything with Jason Bourne, Liar,
Grease, Ocean Highway.
Independence Day, Top Gun.
The latest Batman film.
The Lord of the Rings series. Back to the Future. McFarlane, USA action or sci-fi movie.
The two Mamma Mia movies.
Toy Story. Golf,
AFL,
tennis,
football, pro wrestling, baseball, cricket,
AFL, AFL and
Soccer.
tennis,
AFL, swimming,
AFL.
Alaska,
Italy, Japan, Swiss countryside, New Caledonia,
South America or Scandinavia, Japan,
Portugal, Japan,
Switzerland,
Santorini in Greece,
Japan,
Chile,
Hungary and Budapest,
Canada or the US.
United States,
Egypt,
Fraser Island,
Japan. Lamb shanks,
a nice barbecue, black pepper crab, pasta, anything Asian,
fish and chips,
taco pasta, good parmigiano,
curries, as hot as possible.
so salmon meat pie,
combination chow mein,
Chicken schnitzel,
Pizzas.
prata, Thai cuisine,
Parma sandwiches,
raw oysters,
lasagna,
chicken biryani,
nasi lemak,
barbecue,
Singapore fried Hokkien noodles,
a good sizzler,
snaps and
agile audit,
idea,
Sherlock, idea,
Dixon,
halal financials,
idea, smart scene,
desktop financials,
agile audit,
cloud financials,
smart scene and cloud and integration,
idea,
working with great people and solving big problems and doing all of this remotely.
friendly atmosphere. So it's about the best thing about working at Caseware.
it's allowing me to continue to grow, to learn about new technology as well, but also helping me to work with great people at Caseware.
I love the products that we sell. Caseware's always got their innovative products that we always evolving, and our customers love helping our customers.
The family environment with Caseware Australia, Caseware Asia. And one of the coolest things is the ability to work remotely.
So far, the best thing is definitely our team. They're always happy to help with anything.
It would have to be the team. We've got a very diverse team, great people to work with.
What I like about Caseware is that it's remote working. So I'm fully working from home and I get to have flexibility in arranging the times. And it just gives me more flexibility to balance my work life.
The people I really enjoy working with. And I do love working from home. I must admit, that's a big bonus.
I think the greatest thing about working for Caseware is that we get to innovate and we get to work on things that others haven't been able to deliver. And aside from that, I think our team's really, really good at servicing and meeting our customers' needs. And ultimately, that's what we're here to do.
That was fantastic. Highlight of the conference so far, putting all of that together. Thank you for the team that did that video and for all of my colleagues who were so good sports with that. I learned a lot. I hope you did too. I've had a good giggle. Oh, that started the afternoon off well. So we'll now move to our panel, and I'm going to add to the floor 3 fantastic auditors who have kindly agreed to join me this afternoon to have a bit of a discussion around, I guess, the season that was and technology. So to introduce the 3 faces on screen, you can see we've got Ashley Carl, audit partner at Bentley's in Brisbane, Michael McGann, the principal advisor of audit and assurance at Boyce Chartered Accountants, and Oveus Idris, a manager at Mazars Melbourne. Thank you all in advance for your contributions this afternoon. We've got a few agendaed questions first up, which we'll run through, but I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of you. We'd love some interaction from attendees today. So if any of the comments from the people on screen prompts a thought or a question, please feel free to share those through our chat feed. But we'll kick off with one I had ready to go. We're going to first retrospectively look back at the season that was, I'm sure with mixed responses, no doubt. Michael, I'll start with you. We'll start in your corner of the screen. How did the 30 June audit season go for you and your team? Were there any significant or common issues that popped up, and how did it go?
Okay, well, I'm going to be a little bit different to most. I only started with Boyce 2 months ago, so towards the end of the busy season. So I can see some improvements, some things that did go wrong, some things worked well. So I'm hoping the other guys can touch a little bit more on that after. But I think the main issues we came across were that there was the change in team. So with myself being one, we had 50% turnover in staff. So we've still got numbers to do the audit, but a completely new team from the commencement of the busy season towards the end. The other part would be the complexity in some of the accounting issues. This year we've seen a lot of convertible notes, impairment indicators, and biological assets. A lot of our clients are ag-based, so that is a big thing for our clients.
Sure.
And the common one that keeps popping up at the moment is the deadlines. And I think this is a part on our side as well as the clients, whether we didn't communicate that the extension wasn't there this year. So that's been, I'm going to say I probably have that conversation quite frequently every week to internal and external.
Right, that is a challenge. Ashley, how did you go on that front and otherwise?
I must admit, this was probably one of the toughest busy seasons I've personally gone through, and I might give away my age here, but I think it's number 19 or 20 for me now. So I think there's probably some similar themes to what Michael just said. We certainly found clients didn't deliver this year in terms of the information requests, and I think a lot of that they've had resourcing issues themselves, and so unfortunately their resourcing issues ends up becoming our resourcing issues because we kind of schedule the work, and if it wasn't ready, there was then a push towards the deadline where they provided everything, but we had to have a few difficult conversations because it's not fair on our team to expect clients to meet their deadline when they're weeks behind information to us. So we've had quite a number of difficult conversations around deadlines with clients this year.
Right.
We also significantly increased our offshoring throughout the year. So we brought on significant additional numbers into the team, and a lot of those were offshore. And I think we probably underestimated the cultural differences that we'd experience, and particularly the impact on sort of workflow. And while I sort of had in my head that we wouldn't have too many problems because we're used to managing a remote team, they used to always pre-COVID be out on site at clients. So, you know, you wouldn't necessarily see other team members for 2 or 3 months unless you worked in a particular job with them. But the engagement teams themselves were always sitting together, and so I think we're now working through how do we get some cultural training through both teams, offshore and onshore, to help the communication gaps, and then also what do we do to help with that workflow internally when we're not all sitting in the room together at the client.
Sure. Sure. I'll jump in there, Ashley. Your audio just dropped out briefly there. Your microphone mightn't be quite picking you up, but that cultural training you mentioned there, I knew that was your answer. I think that's a really interesting thing. I think with all this offshoring that's happening, it's something perhaps other firms should think about doing too. Ovais, do you do offshoring? Has that been something you've done across your 30 June? How did that go?
Excuse me. Thanks for having me on, firstly. And yeah, it was interesting. My response to your question would be slightly different from my previous two colleagues. But yeah, in terms of offshoring, we did do a lot of offshoring last year because of the crunch in available staff. There was obviously the tail end of COVID and quite a lot of restrictions on travel. So we weren't seeing the available staff that we usually would have. And that led us to do offshoring last year. But since then, we've been able to bolster our local team. And we've had consistency in our team. Going back to what Michael was saying, we've been lucky in that regard that we've had sort of the core team stay with us through now 3-4 year period. And around those core people, we've had some changes, obviously, but overall, I think we've had stability in the team, which has led to basically this season being quite successful for us as compared to last season. We were able to meet all our deadlines, all our lodgement deadlines on October 31st for our larger clients, and it's been relatively smooth as compared to last year. In terms of some of the common themes around clients not being able to deliver on time the information requirements that we have, we found that that was an issue in prior years, and we've actually made it a priority to make sure this busy season the same doesn't get repeated. And so we had put in processes in place as early as February this year to make sure clients are being communicated to in time. Information request lists go out well in advance. Planning meetings are set up well in advance in people's calendars. And that enabled us to sort of really, have a smooth process. So in fact, I've had previous experience in industry, but this is my 8th busy season. And I would say this was probably the best busy season we've had. So it was a bit of a difference in the industry. I reckon it's a bit of a mixed bag. So just wanted to relay a bit of positive sentiment as well.
Well, I'm sure Ashley and many others on today's call are very envious to hear that result.
I'm surprised myself, to tell you the truth.
It sounds like you were due, so that's good. I'm pleased to hear it. And Michael, that challenge of staffing in general, from the discussions I've had in the last little while, it has been a tricky year. And of course, we talk on and on about shortages in our industry. It's a hard one to deal with across a busy season. But Christmas is close, guys. We're almost there. Ashley, I might throw the next one to you, and you probably have to show a little bit, but managing your workload when your clients aren't, I guess, delivering when you need them to, have you got any sort of insights or at least experience in that space as to how you do effectively, as best you can, manage that workload?
I guess ours is probably a few lessons learned from this year. So I think one of the biggest takeaway items I probably have is around a more formal project management software. I think is necessary. So we've historically had a lot of spreadsheets and Excel. All us auditors love Excel, but I think we'd be better serviced by a proper project management tool. So I'm starting to look into items where you'd almost break your audit into step-by-step processes. Staff can sit there and tick off if they've completed anything, so that means all of our team members could log in at any point in time and instantly know where that audit is up to based on what the software is telling us. And we're starting to look at trying to get some scheduling over the top of that as well. So a few of them I'm finding are very good at project management and not so good at the scheduling. So if any of the audience have any suggestions for things that work, I would love to hear about it, because that's certainly going to be one of the priorities in the new year to get in place for us.
Sarah, I think you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yes, I have had a number of chats with people around scheduling and otherwise, Ashley. I know there's all sorts of products now being used in that space. So yeah, if you're willing to share what you're doing in your office, please do. And obviously it's a public feed, so we can all benefit from that. Just on that, to let you know, scheduling and project management, they are two common chat threads we have too here. So it's on our list of, perhaps we can do something in the Caseware side of things, of course, to help with that in future. So they are sort of noted as potential development points for us too into the future.
So can I just ask, Vaeus,
please?
You said it's been really smooth this year. Have you got any software that you utilize, or is it more just knowing the client and setting it up early?
No, there wasn't really a formalized software. Ashley, I completely concur with you that I think we do need a project management software that would really make things efficient for us. I was having a word with another one of your colleagues from Caseware, Sarah, and they were saying that's maybe one of your projects as well. So I'm really excited for something to come out from your side. That would be fantastic. Yeah, and Michael, there were honestly, there was nothing formalized. It was just me trying to keep on top of things. Things slipped, obviously everyone's human. And, some things did, take, like when you go towards lockdown, you always find things you should have done. So there are, it's never a perfect file, unfortunately, but we can try and get it to that as much as possible. And I don't have a formal software. If we were asking the audience, if anyone can provide us with suggestions, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do share them. Yeah, it's an interesting space. I agree, Ashley. I keep hearing Excel, I think, is the most common thing used for scheduling, which doesn't feel right, but it works so well. And auditors have an amazing ability to do fantastic things with Excel. That's for sure. That's for sure. I've seen some wonderful sheets.
I just wanted to jump in. In terms of scheduling, actually, did you mean like resource management instead of like task management, or?
I think we probably worked out we probably need to do better at both. So we've probably previously had scheduling all completed in Excel, and then the project management has been predominantly from meetings amongst all the team to work out the status of jobs at any point in time.
Yeah.
But our team's probably oversized that we're too large for that to be really effective. And just
Oops, we might have lost Ashley briefly there. Oh, she's back. There we go. You just hung a little bit there, Ashley, at the end.
Well, I think I'm certainly looking around, and that project management, I think if we can find a tool that does both, I think that would be fantastic.
So in terms of scheduling of staff and resource allocation to different audits, we use a program called Shifts, and that's been quite successful for us. So maybe that's something that the audience and some of the other teams can look at. Though it's been quite good. So for resource allocation and scheduling people to audits, that's a good software. But in terms of the overall project management, I haven't seen something that's been able to provide the need as yet.
Sure. Okay, I've noted that one down. Shifts. Thank you, Vaeus, for the suggestion. And obviously, we've had a little drop out there from Ashley. We'll add her back. There we go. So I'll move on. I think that was a really good discussion. I'd love to now understand, Vaeus, I might stick with you. We heard from Matt Sapula this morning. He gave us a fantastic update on the standards and what's coming. And of course, there's always changes we need to be all over. How are you and your team staying up with the latest legislation and regulations, I guess, especially when it comes to that industry-specific type requirement?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I mean, and obviously there's no real easy answer to this one because it's such a broad thing. We all have different clients in different industries, and everyone has, sort of different regulators and regulations that they're subject to. So it's quite hard. In terms of what we do at Mazars, we're sort of lucky that we have a global, network to back us up in terms of providing us with, updates on the ISAs and IFRS, which are sort of in line with our ASAs and AASBs. So we get a lot of support from them on a weekly basis with newsletters and updates, and so we get that sort of information from our firm. But then there's other stuff that we have locally where, for instance, you would have some changes in say for HR related legislation that maybe Victorian companies are subject to. Then we would lean on our counterparts in our HR division in our Melbourne office to provide us with those updates and have trainings. Similarly for tax, if there's any changes in tax legislation that affect our clients in audit, we'll generally have discussions with them and then have some training for our staff to keep them up to date. And finally, I think there's sort of an umbrella catch-all situation where the partners and the managers are responsible to sort of stay up to date with their training and their knowledge, and then pass that on to the team. And our partners are luckily very good at that. So they're quite good at picking up stuff where they think are relevant to our clients, and then disseminating that stuff through to us, and then from us to the team. So it's not a perfect solution. It's a bunch of different resources, and obviously things can get missed. Completeness is probably an issue over there, but where I feel like we're on track. I think we get up to date, and obviously when we have the Audit Victoria group with Cans and other speakers deliver us training, they give us updates,
Great.
And through the CA, we get updates from them. So.
Sure. Michael or Ashley, do you have anything else there that you use to keep up to date?
We're probably quite similar. A lot of ours is coming from CA. We subscribe to the Gap and R series that Colin Parker puts out. We also have a national agreement to have a presentation, twice a year to our staff to update on any changes. So it's very similar.
Yeah, we're also similar, except we also assign individual team members certain topics to research, and actually it's a two-way street. So we let them deliver, and then they're learning on that delivery at the same time. But that's
a great idea.
Everything else we're just talking about, all the external resources.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, well, that's a really good way to, I guess, empower your staff to challenge them a little bit. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll stick with you then, Michael, for the next one. Because I know we'll talk a little bit about technology. Your firm is using Caseware in that hybrid model, which I think by far the majority of our customer base do. And for those that aren't quite up with that, that's desktop software, but using Caseware Cloud as the sync location, the central location for files. And therefore, I understand you use Extend, the prepared by client tool, alongside that. So I was interested in understanding how, and it might be a bit hard for you to answer, I recognise being newer to the firm, but how did you and your colleagues go with the introduction of cloud-based technology with your clients? Did you get any sort of pushback? Did you have to have a bit of an education around that as to why it's okay and help them with it?
Yes. So just before I get to that part, so Voice has transitioned. Great software, Extend. It's got all the security measures we need and the streamlined collaboration. But where we were lacking was that communication piece. So although we've got internally, the team is on board with Extend, when we were trying to get clients to start using it, we were getting pushback, but it wasn't around security. It was more, why do you need this now? We've been sending emails for years. Why isn't that sufficient? So I guess where we lacked was the pushback back to those clients who questioned. And it's on my list for next year's audits to actually try to get everyone on there. For now, it is probably the medium to larger clients that have used and are comfortable using. It's been our smaller clients where the pushback has occurred.
Yeah, okay. And Ashley and Avase, I think you both have alternate portals, which is great. What about, though, that discussion of cloud use in general and your clients putting something somewhere and how do I know it's secure? Have you had the similar sort of conversations as Michael's had with clients? Ovais, we might start with you.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of client adoption, obviously we've had the similar thing as Michael. Some clients have been quite poor at adopting these cloud-based services. It's just change. People just don't like change, so it makes sense. I don't blame them. It's just sometimes I've had to sort of even run a parallel Excel sheet. So I would have the cloud system running at the same time, and then the parallel Excel running on an email for the first year. And bear in mind, this sort of started for us last year. So for the first year, just to get them used to it, and they didn't have to fully adopt the system, and that sort of eased them into it. And this year, I feel like they've adopted it a lot better.
Good.
But yeah, obviously there's still some people who don't want to do it and don't understand the need.
Yeah, of course. And go for it, Michael.
I was going to say, so we've dipped our toes in the water, so to speak, this year. So then next year, hopefully, it is that smoother discussion. And if we're upfront about it from the start, I think everyone will be on board because it is great. So.
Yeah, I have found from chatting to people, there's certain clients that you really want them to do it your way, but you can only push so hard, and that there's that balance of we don't want to make them angry and lose them as a client, but also if they could just see how much better this is than an email, or more secure than it is than an email. It's a tricky thing. Do you get much pushback, Ashley, that you have to deal with, or are people okay?
I must admit, we've had a client portal now for probably about 5 years, so it's been quite a couple of years now since we've had to do that transition point of view. So I think we've got probably 99% of the clients are now using our portal and using it effectively, which is fantastic. Good. Surprisingly, when we moved, there was probably not so much when we started saying we moved our own audit files to the cloud. We had very little comments from our clients at all. So they didn't seem to be concerned about where our files were. But the data portal, as soon as we introduced that, we had to spend a fair bit of time communicating with them what those security policies were. And we're actually now including that in all of our tenders so that it's there right from the very beginning and documented. So we're actually finding now, because it's in the tenders, we're not getting too many queries. I would say the queries are increasing a little bit in the last 12 months, and it seems to be that a lot of our clients are starting to move towards that Essential 8 cybersecurity platform or framework. So I think internally we're going to have to be making sure we're also moving to ensure compliance and coming up with a roadmap, as I believe we're going to continue getting questions from clients on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We notice it too on our customer service team, a little bit of an uptick in questions from your staff to us about that too. We do have a couple of populated FAQs on our knowledge base around the security stuff that I know some firms are taking content from for that engagement letter and discussion. So just as a general tip to everyone on the call, you may want to check out those FAQs. It might give you a little bit of info that'll help with that particular point. Because of course, I think we're past it now, but there was a period there a few years back when cloud was still a newish thing, that there was, I think, a perception with, and I don't want to be ageist, but perhaps with the older generations that weren't as up with the tech, that it's safer in the box in the office than it is on the cloud. But the box in the office is almost hackable versus completely opposite on a cloud site. So I think we've transitioned past that now, which is nice. But I mean, we're always going to have stragglers, aren't we? Okay. So I'll move on to another question, and perhaps to broaden on that a little bit, Ashley, I might stick with you again. Data sovereignty is a bit of a thing, and it sounds like you've sort of tackled it a little bit. Our Caseware Cloud, it's hosted by Amazon Web Servers that are in Australia, and we've had to stress that, and I'm sure that's part of your disclosure you make to clients, that the data remains within the country. But have you got clients that express concerns about that data and where it sits and where it might be accessible from, not necessarily where it goes, but who can get at it?
Certainly, I mean, we internally had the policy that we wanted all of any of our cloud services, we want all of it in Australia. So we certainly haven't entertained any software that isn't on Australian servers. But we have found, particularly when we ramped up the offshoring, that there were a couple of questions to make sure that the data did stay in Australia from our clients. So we're seeing some interest, so I think it is important to our clients.
Yeah, absolutely. I do remember a particularly enjoyable, I should say, interesting conversation I had with someone very early on when cloud was new about where the pipe was under the sea, and did the pipe go via America? Because if it went via America, that means my data could be in US rules, and I had to talk about the pipe. So I think we're past some of that too, which is great. But of course, you know, this modern world we're in, it's hard to keep up. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Michael, how about internally? What policies and procedures or technology are you using to collaborate as a team? You've got a number of offices across the state of New South Wales, don't you? So the remote aspect of things, how do you work together well?
Yeah, good question. So most of the audit team is in individual locations. So there's not more than 2 auditors at any location. So for us, Teams is usually our first point of contact. We've got the Teams calls, we've got the Caseware files. So that's the work element. When we're trying to collaborate, it's also about the socializing, the team bonding side, which sometimes gets missed. And so recently we've been trying to do, we did virtual escape room, for instance, where everyone logged into their computers, and yeah, it was a bit of fun. But yeah, so we've got that element, and a lot of that came through from COVID. So initiatives that weren't accessible a few years back. In addition to that, we're also, so this week is Voice's 50th year celebration. So we're flying all our team members to Sydney. So it's a firm-wide get-together to celebrate. So we also do initiatives like that where it's not all virtual. There is the face-to-face element and travel throughout the year, each location.
Yeah, great. Yeah, there's nothing like getting everyone in the one place, is there? It is great to be able to do that sometimes. Yeah, brilliant. Ashley, how about you? Have you got any secrets in that space of what works well for your team when working out and about?
I must admit, we're a bit like Michael. It's predominantly Teams. So remarkable how COVID, just the increase in Teams, we sort of had it and didn't really use it. And as soon as COVID hit, we started using it significantly, quite heavy usage. So
yeah, works well.
It
does. Embrace that tech. Avais, are you a Teams firm as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're all on Teams, and we had a bit of Zoom, but now that's all gone. It's all Teams now.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it works well. In relation to that, I'm going to use a little ad that I think people will know about. But if you are a Caseware Cloud Apps firm, be aware that there's a chat thread in Caseware Cloud, but it's not Teams. You can't do what we're doing today with faces and things. So there is that little bit on the side, but I recognize it's not Teams. I'm not going to fight that battle today. Okay, hot topic I want to go to. I'd love some input from all of you on it. Michael, let's kick it off with you. No, Avais, let's start with you. Let's start with you because you haven't had to go first for a bit. Analytics. I'm going to throw a big one at you. Firms want to be doing it. We hear from clients a lot. They want to know what we're doing in analytics. But when we go, what kind of analytics would you like to do? I think we're still learning about what that is and what it could be. So I wonder whether you could perhaps suggest, are you doing analytics? And if so, do you have perhaps any examples of what you're doing with it and how?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, this is quite a passionate project for me, especially because I've relied quite heavily on analytics this year, and possibly you could say starting last year, we've seen a big sort of change in the way we do audit. Previously, firms have relied heavily on substantively testing, large balances, and you end up with quite large sample sizes, which is both tedious for the audit team as well as tedious for the client. And from sort of our global audit methodology and learning from the global audit teams, we've started supplementing a lot of our test of details with really robust analytics. And it's really good that you point out that, when we look at analytics, there's probably some confusion as to what we're really talking about. And I wanted to sort of break it down into two sort of broader categories. So we've got, our preliminary analytical procedures and our final analytical procedures. But what I really wanted to get into was our substantive analytical procedures, which are sort of based on financial statement line items rather than the whole thing. And for that, we've really pushed towards building really strong, robust expectations by inquiry from the client, by relying on industry sources, by relying on contracts with external parties, real strong audit evidence that we've been able to build our expectation off of, and then test that against our what the exact result is, and see if it falls within a threshold that gives us assurance and reliance, and how many test of details we need to supplement that analytical procedure. There's been a lot of discussion within our firm as to what really, what do you mean by a really good expectation, and that's been challenged quite a lot back and forth. And we've now, I think, come to a point where we know what we want on files as part of those expectations. So I think that's really key. But if you can do that, I think you can really, do an efficient audit that it is high in quality, that both the client and the team that is performing the audit is satisfied that they are actually understanding the business rather than just ticking a bunch of Excel sheets. So,
sure.
So I think it's really been a really good thing for us in our firm, relying more and more on those. And I think as part of your question, there was a bit about what technology we use to sort of do these analytics. So there's a lot of products on the market. We have our own internal product as well, where we can load with the whole GL and come up with exceptions to the norms and build our expectations around that. But I think we really have to rely on outside resources as well, not just what the information that the client provides us, even though we can do a lot of IP testing on it and rely on that information. I think we still need a lot of outside information to build our expectations. So it's a bit of a mixed approach. It's technology, yet knowledge and research and understanding the industry and documenting all of that on file, which has led to less test of detail. So we've been getting away with doing 40 test of detail samples on revenue, on payroll, on expenses, which are quite large balances based off our materiality. So it's been a good approach.
Great. It sounds like it's working for you. Perfect. Ashley, are you doing automated sort of analytics on jobs? Some or all?
Yeah, so I would say all of our larger jobs we're running it through. So like a base, we're getting the full general ledger from the clients, and we've probably got a suite of about 30 or 40 standard tests that we run across all of our clients. I think we've probably struggled a little bit at the moment. It was sort of started off that we were really doing it just on top of what we were already doing. So what we were then trying to do is, yes, it probably gave us more comfort, but we probably need to refine it more and go, well, how do we make sure it actually reduces our substantive testing? And I think at the moment we're predominantly using a lot of those analytics to lower our inherent risk if everything's in accordance with our expectations, as opposed to creating tests that would be substantive analytics. So that'll be our next steps to hopefully reduce that work even further, although we have seen some reduction, obviously, as we lower the risk. So
yeah, good. That is, I think, something that's, we're in that transition period now of learning what it does for us. What does that actually mean? We can run more automated tests, but yeah, if we don't get to ultimately reduce the work we're doing, it's not pointless, but we're not benefiting where we could.
We have
Michael, you? Sorry, go Ashley.
I was just going to say, we're actually giving our clients some of that information as well and telling them to our boards. We're sort of showing them what results we had obtained from those analytics and what our conclusions were. And it's interesting. Some boards have been really, really interested in it, ask a lot of questions. A few gloss over and aren't interested. So you kind of have to read the room as to how much you go through in detail when you're presenting to them. But certainly some clients really, even if they don't quite get into all the detail, they appreciate the fact that we're doing those analytics. So
yeah, sure. Is that something you do, Ovais, with your results?
Yes, definitely. As part of our management letters to the board and those charged with governance, we would include, our analytical results as well as some graphs and make it nice and glossy for them. But I just wanted to add around that outsourcing piece. So, how we were outsourcing last year and have been able to sort of reduce some of that team. I think that's analytics has been a big part of that, is because we've been able to reduce our substantive testing. We really don't have a need for, that traditional outsourced resource, which is just doing some of the tedious work and not really doing any analysis. So I think it's sort of bringing a lot of that work back in. And as technology improves and we rely more and more on analytics, I think we'll see some of that coming back in rather than going back out.
Yeah, sure. Michael, you've got a slightly different, I guess, customer base than what Ovais and Ashley might. Are you performing any of that sort of analytic work as well yourself?
We do analytics, but it's in the dreaded Excel files. Like, we're not using software to get it all. But a lot of ours is around probably the planning analytics and looking for trends and anomalies before we start our testing, or that's helping determine or assess the inherent risk before we go into testing, where we haven't gone to the substantive level for analytics yet. In saying that, we do ratio analysis and those sort of things throughout the substantive work, but it isn't reducing anything. It is helping tell that story of the whole file.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And I mean, just on the analytics space, you've heard a little bit in our conference so far about that analytics is a very much an active project for us. We're looking to start embedding that technology inside existing audit solutions into the future here. But there has been a question from the floor, Ashley, and full disclosure, we recognise it's not Caseware. Would you be willing to advise what platform you're using for your analytics?
Certainly. So we use a program called Inflow, INFLO. So it's a UK-based product, but we did make sure they had servers in Australia before we started using them. So it is in Australia as well.
Yes, good question. I'm glad you did. Okay, so now I recognise this might be a bit cheeky to ask, so I don't expect any of you to give any IP or trade secrets away, but I was interested if there's any sort of value add initiatives that you've implemented either recently or over the last couple of audit seasons that have really helped with your client interaction and ultimate success over those busy periods that you'd be willing to share. Michael, we might start with you.
It's probably hard given only a few months.
Yeah.
But so value add, we've started small things. So it's the management letter review is the first part where we're assessing those to help us determine if they're ongoing risks. From there, the value add comes from the other services within the firm. So ESG is the hot topic everyone's talking about. So we have started doing internal assessments of other clients. And this isn't a charge service through audit. It is, let's see what's out there, and it's helping us understand the ever-changing legislation, but at the same time, it's offering a service to the clients.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
But
yeah,
very
and I
minimal besides that.
Yeah, that's okay. And I did put you on the spot. I probably that was a bit cheeky of me to ask you, as you're still learning about the firm, I'm sure. Ovais, how about you guys? Are you doing anything in that sort of value add space that you'd be willing to share?
So in terms of value add for the clients besides the audit, is that the question?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it sounds like
Yeah.
your example was sharing the results of your analytics, I guess, is a good one.
Yeah, I was just going to go to that exactly.
Yeah.
So we've actually, as part of the ISO 315 revised and the ISQM requirements, we've had to make sure that we're sending out letters to those charged with governance, even for really tiny audits this year, which has led to some interesting conversations with management and the boards, because generally speaking, I mean, I don't know how the experience has been with the other firms, but I don't think it was, I mean, it was meant to be standard practice, so it probably never always happened. So now we've had to sort of deal with management letter points that are suddenly being presented to the board, where management might not be very happy with some of the things that we're presenting to them. So it's led to some interesting conversations and good outcomes for clients. I think essentially sometimes these difficult conversations can lead to really good outcomes for our clients and for their businesses. So these essentially the management letter point has been a big focus this year, and that's been a big value add. I think most clients, 90% of them, I would say, take that as a big value add.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Ashley, probably similar lines for you.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on our audit close reports for every single audit. So the reporting of the data analytics takes some time to make sure you're converting that to something that non-accountants can understand and explain the graphs that are getting presented. We also try and make sure that we're picking up any changes that might be relevant to the client for the future to get them thinking ahead. So almost that knowledge sharing piece, if we're aware of changes, making sure we're telling them. That will also make our life easier when it does actually come in as well, if they're across it. And then I think finally, it's for existing clients we've had for a couple of years, you may not get your typical internal control findings because you've raised those in letters in previous years and they've corrected it. So we're really trying to think of perhaps business improvement opportunities and focus on different things each year that might be more operational in nature rather than audit, but could be of benefit to our clients. Or even if we see a client do something really, really well, we make suggestions to other clients that they might want to look into it. So that's probably how we're trying to add value.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Sorry, Sarah, I just wanted to add something else. Just while we were speaking, I thought of something. The ESG space is a big deal nowadays. So we've been talking to clients about that and trying to get them ready for the upcoming standards. And there's been some movement around sexual harassment policies in Victoria. So we've been talking to clients about that. So it's just, wherever we do find changes in legislation or upcoming changes that will affect our clients, we try to inform them. And that would be obviously separate from the audit.
Sure. And that's just prompted a thought actually at a meeting. I think, Ashley, you might have been at the same meeting when I heard it mentioned. And something else I think we in the audit side of things have to now be aware of, it might just be a Queensland thing initially, but psychosocial hazards in the workplace, I think, is another new aspect that employers have to be over at the moment and be also addressing. That's a newer legislation change. Just another thing.
Yes.
Is that a Queensland thing, Ashley? Do you know?
No, I believe that was a Fair Work change, so that should be Australian.
Okay, great.
And certainly I think it's, even for us in our own firms, managing that internally is probably a big deal as well. So I know we've had certainly discussions with our people and culture team about it and how we can help our employees.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so yesterday we ended the session, I'm not sure if any of you were in it, with a session on resilience and well-being, because of course, yes, I was going to say COVID's gone, it's not gone, but we're past the scary bit of COVID, I guess, and into a new period of remote working, perhaps not having everyone in one space. It can be harder to help your staff in that outside of work, just with their overall health and well-being. So I guess it's a good thing these things are being legislated and focused on, but it is another thing to be aware of. Do any of you have sort of an opinion or an insight into that well-being aspect and how you've looked after your staff, particularly perhaps while they've been remote? Michael might kick off.
Yeah, so I actually would have been about a year ago, I found a mental health first aid certificate. So I registered myself just to see what it was and hopefully get those skills to be a better leader for my team. So I've still maintained that registration. That's probably
okay. That's a great idea. Yeah, okay. That's something worth looking into. I hope everyone's writing that one down. Ashley, how did you go? Is that something that is part of your, that sounds like it's part of your people culture type work?
So we've partnered with an external party to help us with that, with a full employee assistance program. So it's sort of from front end to back end, I guess. It's got helplines if our staff need to contact them, but it also has a lot of that training element as well. So our people and culture team have been really quite active in this space, and we've actually got a wellbeing committee as well, consisting of a number of staffs covering every single division in the firm and various levels as well, from partner all the way down to graduate. So
okay, that's a great initiative. Yeah, good idea. Ovais, do you have anything specifically around that your office does?
We're lucky in that we're sort of all Melbourne based, so we get to meet each other quite often. I don't know if you were aware that we've recently moved to a new office in Burke Street, so that's been a real sort of get together for the team and getting around each other. We recently, finishing up with the audit season, had a bit of an audit dinner with, we're celebrating promotions and stuff like that. So it's good that we're all sort of in the same city and working with each other in person quite often. So yeah, during COVID it was difficult, but I think it's become good for us now.
Yeah, good. It's that new normal we're getting used to, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've gone through my standard questions, so I will just reiterate, if you are watching the session and have a question for anyone on the panel, I'm sure they'd be welcome to help you. I'm now going to my notes. I was listening intently to Matthew Zapula's presentation this morning and took a few notes. And I was interested just to gauge with you, because one of the many bullet points he had on his list was the reference to key audit matters and the potential in future that they become required for PI entities, not just listed. Is anyone doing or having to issue CAMs on any of their engagements? No, not yet.
We have approximately 5, I think, so not many.
Not yet. So we'll just hope against hope that just keeps getting pushed down the road for us for a little time yet. Okay. The other standard that was mentioned, though, I'm wondering is a bit more relevant. Maybe Ovais being part of an international network, this might be relevant to you, but that change that's coming with the ASA 600 revision and the emphasis on the component auditor aspect, is that something that's relevant to you, Ovais? And if so, is that something you're all over yet, or what's the plan for the way ahead and getting ready for that?
It is very relevant to us. I do a bunch of group audits where I act as the group auditor, as well as I act as a component for a few different group audits as well. Currently, we're still using ISA 600, the previous version. The new version is applicable 31st December onwards. A group has promised me a lot of training on that.
That's good. You can lean on them.
Yes. I've actually just done a group audit training for Asia Pacific 2 days ago, based off the old standard. And that does include quite a bit about how we need to assess the component and how we can assess that they're reliable, if they're using the same framework as we are in the group, if there's any sort of translation that needs to be done in terms of accounting standards, what sort of audit procedures they do, are they in line with the ISQM1 requirements or not? Some of these questions need to be answered as part of the current ISA 600, and I'm sure that's going to get expanded on in the revised edition So I would expect there to be a bit more, but not too much more than what's there now.
Yeah, sure. Okay. All I heard there was we can come to you with our queries because it sounds like you're ready to go. So that's good to know. Thank you. Ashley, a question, question for you, perhaps. I think, does your practice audit a number of charities or not-for-profits? I think
Yeah,
you do,
we have a significant number of charities that we look after.
Yeah, okay. Well, Matthew also made a point about confirming there's an AUASB bulletin that might help with this, but I'm interested to know if you've had the challenge. He was talking about that issue now of review versus audit and the education / help assist. You need to help your clients come to the right decision, I guess, for you and them. Is that something that's a regular discussion, therefore, that you've had this year?
Interestingly enough, we haven't had that discussion too often. I think it's probably because we deal with the larger charities, so most of us are firmly in the audit space and don't have the option. I have had a few that are probably in that medium that could get a review, and interestingly, not many are particularly interested when they sort of hear that it's less assurance and we don't give an opinion. They all sort of voluntarily opt to audit. So we haven't had to have that discussion a lot. Obviously, the preliminary discussions to tell them what the review is. But yeah, most choose audit. So
okay. Well, as long as they're paying more for the audit and recognise that they need to, that's the key part, I guess.
We quote accordingly, yes.
Good. Glad to hear it. Michael, do you have many that you might have to have a similar conversation with?
Yeah, yes, we do. And it's probably a similar sort of discussion. We go through, I work mine into limited, reasonable, and no assurance. So the compilation, review, or audit. And yeah, I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, they choose the audit just because in terms of pricing, there's probably not too much of a difference in terms when we go to the audit to review. And then the drop is compilation, but no one wants a compilation when they realise we don't put an opinion to it.
But there's less work for you, isn't that what you want? Exactly. No, I get it. Understood. Avais, I'm assuming you're in the similar boat then as well.
I actually don't work with a lot of not-for-profits, so I wouldn't be able to. But it's interesting to note, I mean, what you bring up with the new ISA 315. I don't know how much you have to do in terms of risk assessment for a review, and whether you'd rather just do an audit when you're doing all that work than do a review and end up getting less fee. Because I think it's quite hard to sort of determine how much work you need to do to get that limited assurance piece in a review as well.
Yeah. Does anyone have an opinion on that they want to share or not?
I guess we probably have a look whenever we're doing a review, but you've obviously assessed something as a risk. We sort of tend to do audit procedures on those risk areas anyway, which if it's funny, we kind of feel like we need to do that, but it probably is a little bit more than the standard requires. But it's still our signature. It's a review report, but it's still our signature. It's still our letterhead attached to it. So there's reputational risk if it's wrong. So
absolutely. But it's that difference in fee level that is the difficult bit to navigate.
Yeah.
And I think I roughly always sort of quote the review at about 65-70% of the audit fee anyway. So it's not that much extra to get the audit, which is probably why a lot of people choose that option. So
yeah, okay. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see where we are in a little while on that then as things evolve, that's for sure.
Have you guys
Michael, did you?
Many issues now. So when the removal of special purpose financial statements, and it was a huge issue a couple of years ago. Now it doesn't seem to be as heated, but we still find a few clients where they should have general purpose audited accounts when they're still doing special purpose, particularly for a new client coming into the firm. Is this something you guys have seen as well, or am I just a lucky?
Are you the lucky few?
So
we're certainly seeing that, and it's probably a Queensland relevant item, but we have the most problems with clients that have to lodge with Queensland Building and Construction. So that's probably where we see the most problems, because their annual report can be special purpose, but if you need the review report has to be general purpose. So that's probably where we see the most issues. But we have seen a few that, come back as special purpose instead of general. So, but we kind of encourage all of our clients anyway to comply with most of the recognition and measurement criteria. So that first year, probably the deferred tax standard was about the only one that our clients weren't complying with, that needed a little bit of work. So it wasn't too bad. I'm thinking back to when IFRS came in far earlier in my career, and that was a far bigger deal than this move was this time.
Is that the same approach for the QBCCs, for the, Queensland Building Construction Commission? I was about to say the MFRs, so the minimum financial reports. Do you apply or get the clients to apply recognition and measurement along the way, or do you have a special purpose set and only when they need to lodge that MFR consider the recognition and measurement? So I'm probably getting a little bit technical just for...
We certainly encourage compliance throughout the year, because ultimately you're not going to know if you comply throughout the year if you don't do full general purpose or the recognition and measurement criteria throughout the year. We're not always successful in convincing our clients to do that, though.
Yeah.
Fantastic. No, Michael, don't apologise. These are good questions. You can ask far more technical questions than I can. I have one more that I'm interested in everyone's sort of position on, and I don't mean to put you in a position by answering it, but ASQM1 is that other big standard that's changed not so long back. We're almost 12 months in now, and we have to be monitoring our system of quality management. How are you going with the application of that new standard? Have you got all that down pat? Are you all there? And in terms of monitoring, Ovais, we'll start with you.
Results are not so good. So we have implemented fully. We had an audit recently globally. There were quite a number of deficiencies. I think there's a lot of training now and a lot of communication now once the audit's been done, to sort of make sure everything comes back into line. But I think there was a bit missed, like in terms of communication earlier. In terms of audit, we do a lot of the things already that we're supposed to do because of the ASAs. They require us to do similar things.
Yeah.
But overall firm quality management, I think there have been things missing, practice software and et cetera, et cetera. Those things I'm not personally involved with, but yeah, I do know that it's not been a smooth process and that we are looking for significant improvements going forward.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I know it is a challenging thing. A lot of people have been doing the right thing all the time, of course, through this whole period, but it's formalizing that, I guess, now. How about your office, Ashley? Are you all tickety-boo and good?
So we actually used it as a chance to relook at all of our quality procedures. So we did quite a lot on the implementation, spent hours and hours of numerous team members, sort of senior team members working on it. So implementation-wise, it went really, really well. We're really happy with the end product. We've had an external party come in and complete an audit, and I think there was 2 findings in there. Add 3 words here, add a sentence here. It was very minor.
Right.
The monitoring part, we're certainly, we've got issues registers that we're adding to regularly. There's probably a little bit of work I want to do before the 15th of December when we need to get our annual evaluation done by, just around that root cause analysis to make sure that we're really getting to that root cause and it's not a superficial root cause.
Absolutely. Don't worry, you've got weeks until the 15th of December. It's ages away. Don't worry. Yes, no, and that whole root cause analysis thing is an interesting exercise to go through, I'm sure, on its own, just to understand that. Michael, how about your office?
Yes, so the implementation has been completed, I'm going to say. The monitoring, I've got the 15th circled in my calendar to make sure we do get there to an appropriate standard. But the big challenge that has come out is whether audit should be the only one within our firm who has to worded in the way it is. So we're
Yeah.
now in the approach of considering doing that same methodology for everyone within the firm. But I'm getting a little bit of a pushback from other divisions because no one wants to
Right.
go to that extent because they've seen how much fun I've had in a couple of months. So.
Fun. I like the use of that word.
Yes.
Yes. So in terms of that, we have had the question from the floor about what, how are people building their systems, what tools you're using. Obviously, I know there's an SQM app, full disclosure, Caseware app, but I know there are others out there. Is anyone else using anything that they'd be happy to disclose as well?
SQM's what we use for our risk register, and we've kind of created just a Word document for any of the policies and procedures that go behind the SQM product. So.
Okay, great. Avase, have you got it? I'm guessing you've got a bigger internal.
Yes, so I'm not directly involved, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Comment.
And Michael.
So we've consulted with Justin Reed. I'm just trying to think of the product name, but it's yeah. So it's an external party where we've got the product. It is really great. I'm sure Caseware's is just as good, and I know the CA have.
Yes, true. No, that's true. There are a few of us out there. We don't shy away from that at all. I have heard of Dave Stevens and Justin Reed have that solution out there. The toolkit from the A&NZ is a good one. If you are a member of the CA, you do have access to that as well. So that is worth considering too if you do need some extra assistance in that space. Fantastic. We're almost towards the end. I am keeping my eye on that question box, so feel free to send anything else through. But because we are almost done, I guess around the grounds now, what does the next few weeks look like as you wind down to Christmas? Are you kind of just cleaning things up ready for the break? Do you have prep work for January jobs? So Vase is shaking his head. It's a big few weeks ahead for you, Vase.
It is. I thought November would be a bit of a downward slope, but it didn't happen at all. Just been busy throughout, but in a good way. I don't want to complain. I think it's been really interesting. Obviously, attending with you guys today was as a highlight. But yeah, apart from that, lots of admin stuff besides audit that we've had our training weeks, etc. as well, and lots of Asia Pacific software implementation. So it's been quite busy, and we're rolling into our interims for December year end. So December is generally quite busy for the first few weeks, and then last couple of weeks we sort of wind down for Christmas. So looking forward to all of that.
Yeah. So you have plenty of December work ahead of you, or December
Yes. So yeah, actually in our firm we're sort of 50-50. 50% in junior ends and December ends are 50% now.
Okay. Michael, how about your firm? Do you do a lot of December work as well?
Not as much. We're probably 70-30, 70 for June. Yeah, at this time of year, I would have thought we would have started the planning for the December year ends, but haven't got there yet. So hopefully before Christmas, we can make a start and get things ready.
Fingers crossed. Ashley, you've still got a bit of work ahead of you, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, so we're about 50-50 as well, but I think my focus will be just trying to finish all the June jobs and get them out the door. So hopefully then January, I'm coming in fresh to start thinking about all of our December year ends. My team, though, have already started work on the interim. So
great.
They have a little bit of a juggling act at the moment, trying to juggle the June jobs that are still going on and December, and they're doing well. But I think we're all keen to sort of start the new year fresh and write off the rest of this year.
Yes, well, hopefully you've got some good Christmas lunches ahead of you with team and everything. You're getting everyone together?
Yes, we certainly are, and it will be a very deserved lunch for our team this year. So.
Yeah, fantastic. And does your office close officially for a set period of time? I think that's pretty normal nowadays in our industry.
Yeah, I think ours is about 2 or 2.5 weeks or so. So.
Yeah, same. Except for our customer service team who work through because they're brilliant troopers. We have some of your clients may be involved. We obviously have a university template in our financial statements solution, and the universities have to get their accounts turned around pretty quickly after 31 December. So we're often supporting some a little bit weary auditors who've come back early after Christmas to get those accounts done. But always a challenge, but we'll rise to it, no doubt. Anything final? I'll sort of open the floor to the three of you. It's been fantastic to have a chat. Thank you for your contribution. Is there anything last minute any of you would like to ask of each other before we wrap up or raise? Awesome.
Nothing for me.
Good.
No.
Fantastic.
Just thanks for contributing, and it's been a pleasure for me. So, and I look forward to connecting with you guys on LinkedIn and staying in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure all of you be the same. Link up with these fantastic people on LinkedIn. Ashley, Ovais, Michael, thank you all for your willingness to participate today. It was a really interesting discussion. Obviously, quite a variety in the topics we covered, but hopefully everyone got something out of that. So I really appreciate your willingness to contribute and share so openly. All the best with the last of the work. I hope it all gets done. Enjoy the Christmas party. Enjoy your holiday. Merry Christmas to the three of you, and take care.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time. We'll just opt out. There we go. Fantastic. What an interesting discussion. David, hi. Oh, there we go. Ashley was going to join us for the next session as well, but we're okay. That was a brilliant discussion. I hope that was really helpful to everyone. That's always a highlight on our agenda, being able to hear from some of our customers. And this man that now joins me talks to a lot of those customers, and I'm sure plenty of you know this man's name, maybe not his face. For those that haven't put the two together,
there you go.
I'm going to pause for a sec. Ken, yep.
We've got into technical problems again. LinkedIn has gone down once more. So
okay, how did we fix that last time? Pause there for a sec. I'm going to remove myself.
We'll pause here for a minute. Yep.
Yeah. For anyone still on the line, we'll be right back. Apologies for that. Amazing. That technical glitch was timed perfectly between sessions, which was fantastic. So we will pick things up where we paused momentarily there, and I'll just get David to join me online again. David, thank you for waiting patiently.
No,
Couldn't have scripted it better.
Yeah, hopefully they've got good support, eh?
Fantastic. That's okay. It was right in between sessions, which was brilliant. So we'll carry on and hope that people will come across. We have currently shared a link to the YouTube stream. You're welcome to access the same session there. I was pumping up your tires before you were so rudely interrupted there, David. For those,
a fantastic intro. I was enjoying it immensely.
That's right. And now I have to do it again. So what I was saying was how great you are. For those that know David's name, it's probably because he is our customer service manager and joined Caseware Australia about 7 years ago now, and heads up the customer support team, which is absolutely a passion of his, I am certain of. He spent most of his career around Caseware, specifically the user experience, interaction, and satisfaction side of things, which is great. That's covered a functional role in technical support and consulting, which led to a stint in quality assurance and ultimately managing a team of brilliant customer service professionals who are fantastic at their job. So if you don't know David's name, you'll probably know one of his colleagues quite well. And I've met many a client recently, David, who's told me how pleased they are with the service they get from your team. So thank you for all you and your colleagues do for our customers.
I'll happily take the credit, but it is definitely the team.
Absolutely. Okay, so we are going to continue on through this session. You and I together will go through a little bit of a cloud and cloud apps update. If you want to flick up that agenda, David, just to give people some context. We'll have a little bit of a touch base on cloud, where it's at, what it is for those that are still understanding that platform. We'll look at a couple of the new kids on the block and then briefly touch on just what other apps are there in case you're not aware of them before taking questions. So David, I'll let you kick things off with cloud.
Fantastic. So Caseware Cloud, it's not new. If you've been with Caseware for any length of time, you would have heard us talking about it in some way, shape, or form. But the important thing to note is that it is a mature platform now. So it's gone through iterations and it's developed to the extent now where it is a wholly reliable and platform that's ready to support pretty much anything that you throw at it. And it is quite scalable. So when I say that, I'm like referring to like in terms of organization size. So it can suit a single auditor that's just looking for like a way to securely store their files, right up to multi-office national firms that are looking for better ways to collaborate with each other across files for file reviews. The international certifications that we have around our security, that these are on top of the security that we get just by being hosted on Amazon Web Services. So we have our ISO certification, and we've got pretty much every type of SOC that you could imagine. Just if you're looking for your lost socks from the dryer, I think we've got them.
Plenty of them.
Yeah. And as soon as you start talking about cloud and uploading stuff to the internet, you need to be considering security. I talk about this in two separate parts because there's security within cloud in terms of managing access to engagements and maybe demarcating certain areas of the cloud that are kind of like partner eyes only and that type of thing. That's achieved through a function within cloud where you can limit specific entities so that only named users can get into them. But the more run-of-the-mill security around setting up staff groups, so you can have managers with a relevant level of access and then full admins with their access, and then just down to the regular auditors, so that at any point in time, you've got a good understanding of kind of who should be getting access to what without too much maintenance. The use of staff groups on cloud is a really good way to streamline that approach rather than giving specific users specific access, because as soon as security becomes something that you're having to actively manage, that's when things can fall through the cracks. With the security inside of cloud, we start talking about how we access cloud, and there, like the native functionality within cloud allows for session management, where it can time out a session after a certain amount of time, similar to like an internet banking. We can manage password complexity, and we also have a two-factor implementation within Caseware Cloud. Having said that, I will say it is a text-based two-factor system, which is better than no two-factor. But a recent example of a certain national phone carrier that decided to just turn everything off one day definitely caused a bit of excitement on the phone lines, those that could phone us at least. I'm sorry, Optus, it's okay now. There are downsides to the two-factor if it is a text-based thing. So when you're setting up two-factor, if you are going with two-factor, there's always going to be an option, regardless of what platform you're using, to get backup codes. I highly recommend you get and save backup codes. It can get you out of sticky situations. Moving down that list is something I am trying to promote at pretty much every opportunity where people let me talk to them or at them, and that's our SSO integration. So more and more, we're finding that Active Directory implementations are not only for like larger firms that are managing a bunch of offices all over the place. We're finding smaller firms having access to like Azure and ADFS in terms of their identity management. So the way that you guys log into Windows, for example, that's done through an identity provider, and more with like Microsoft 365, that's becoming more commonly an Azure implementation. This might sound complicated, but the setup itself is pretty straightforward. But what it allows for is all access to your cloud to be managed the same way that your Windows access is managed, right? So with the Azure example, you can set it up to require a two-factor authentication, but using your Microsoft, whatever their app is called. So it gives you that code the same way like a Google Authenticator would. But it also enables a lot more security. Like you can go as far as like geo-blocking cloud access, right? So if anyone's outside of Australia, even if they're logging in, because it is a cloud platform, you can log in from wherever you are. But if you use an SSO implementation, you can geo-block that specific login to be only within Australian IP addresses, something like that, if you're wanting to get crazy with it. With SSO, it has only been ADFS and Azure up until last month. We've now added Okta into the suite, which is very exciting. I can't wait until I do the first one, and it throws me every curveball on the planet. But it's more and more a commitment to making sure that we are providing as much as possible, and not necessarily us trying to do everything. There are people that do this very well. So we're partnering with people, we're having these implementations that work with systems you already have in place, and that you have that confidence in, and we're just connecting everything up. And everyone's happy when there's one less password to remember. The next point there around just a single platform for engagement, management, and client collaboration. With Caseware Cloud, and that is for working papers in a hybrid model, so working papers on the desktop and engagement files on the cloud, or fully cloud-based applications that you would have heard about through the course of this presentation. It allows your engagement files to be stored in one spot. It allows for you to request documents in the one spot. So everything you need for your audits, for your engagement is all there. It's no longer okay, well, we've got this Caseware file that's on the server, and we've got this email from the client, and we've saved those attachments in OneDrive over here. And at some point, we hope they'll end up in the audit file. With thing like in the hybrid working papers example with the Extend integration, you can actually access that directly within working papers because it's all hosted on that same platform. It just makes it really easy for your teams to request documentation and add it into the file with as few emails going around as possible. Emails, routinely getting breached, and not the best way to communicate sensitive payroll information, for an example. So the other thing about cloud and my everlasting love for it is, with everything being stored in one place, you get better access to more information across statuses of files, progress on queries, and that's all done through customizable views. And within cloud, if you take the time to actually step through the different applications, because within cloud, I did not include a lot of screenshots because I would have been clicking through this entire presentation. But there are menus for each app within cloud. And for each app in cloud, you can define your own views. So they are customizable at the firm admin level. And it allows you to specify a certain number of columns that represent data that is meaningful to you. So like if you want to see query status, engagement status for cloud apps, working papers, you can build like a lockdown view, because that's a thing that is becoming more and more, well, it's always been important, but I think more people are looking at it now, so it feels more important. But there's a lot of data fields that are exposed when all these files are on cloud. So those views make that a bit easier, and you can also export them. So in the lockdown view example, you can pull that report and then go and chase people around and ask them to do their lockdowns. And the last one, which is a relatively new feature to cloud, and that is called business units. This is something that has come to cloud on the back of quite a few requests for improved separation of departments within a single firm. So you would have a firm that does the audits, and then potentially another unit within that same company is doing professional services, potentially for a partner of the firm that the audit is for. And there needs to be separation of those functions. So what business units allows is, within a single cloud, you can have complete separation of these two functions. And it allows for better management, because everything again is in that one cloud site, but it's just split. So you can have everyone log into the same spot, but it's like the other side doesn't exist to users that haven't been added to it.
Good summary, David. So there's lots to know about cloud, but it is quite a mature platform now. We've had it in Australia for, I think we must be up to about 8 or 9 years. It's quite a long time, or it's been around a long time. If any of those were news to you, obviously get in touch with David and his team, because they can help with your understanding of them, and perhaps even things like SSO, setting that up, as David mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, on that side, the thing I'd like to draw the most attention to is SSO. And the easiest way to tell is when you log into cloud, if there's not a big button up at the top that says login using SSO, you're not using it. And it's part of the problem with this, and I might be rambling, but it's an important thing because it makes security a lot more manageable. So you can have the same level of security across everything. But the people I talk to, you lovely people, are not normally in the IT department, so you can't do these things. So the homework that you have is, when you log into cloud, if you don't see the SSO button, send a request to your IT team and ask them to speak to Caseware support about SSO. Hopefully they reach out to my team next week when I'm on leave and they can sort it out.
Well played, Mr. Stansel. Fantastic. We'll move on to the next slide at that point. Now, I want you to click again, because I think this is important. I want you to imagine David and I taking our, in unison, best girl boy band pose as we tell you about the new kids on the block, showing my age, but we had to break the ice in the afternoon somehow. The two apps we wanted to flag for you here, SQM first. We just had a session with a fantastic panel of people. Quality management standard was talked about there. Matthew talked about it this morning. We're almost 12 months in, where we're meant to have our system in place and be able to monitor that prove that we're doing that. So if you haven't yet put a system in place, Caseware does have an app available. If you're a Caseware cloud firm, you might want to consider using that. There are others out there, of course, but if you want to have a look at ours, just be aware that it exists, I guess. If nothing else, it's very quick and easy to get up and running. It does take some time, of course, to develop your system initially, and I recognize that can take a number of hours to do, but it's obviously important, and if you do the work up front and do it right, then you're good to go. So just to confirm for people, obviously ASQM used to be ASQC1, which was a revised standard 15 December 22. It came in place. It really recognises, I think, the importance of firms being proactive in their approach to managing quality over just having done it. So if you haven't yet formalised that system, have a look at our tool and the others out there. So ours is cloud-based, as I mentioned. It allows you to design and develop your system of quality management. There is quite an extensive library of pre-written mandatory ASQM1 content, as well as best practice content, covering objectives, risks, policies and procedure responses, I should say. And you can use that to assign responsibility of roles and tasks to staff, track your progress, track the quality objectives and the risk mitigating process you've put in place against those. And there's some really cool visibility tools in there which help with that too, both from a management perspective, but also it helps staff ensure they're managing their own assigned tasks as well. And ultimately it will then help you with that monitoring requirement. So have a look at it if you haven't already, and if you do need something for that. Next slide, David, I think is the other new kid we were going to cover, and that was your baby, Sherlock.
It is my baby. And it's fitting that it's being spoken about on the back of SQM. So Sherlock, if by some miracle you have not heard about Sherlock, it was launched November last year. We spoke about it initially at this very conference last year. And since then it's been helping firms gain better visibility on their engagements across a number of key metrics. Now, in an audit file, there are quite a number of key metrics, which is a bit of a problem when it comes to tracking them. So what we've tried to do, and I think we've done a pretty good job of, is we've designed a specific set of dashboards based on our template and the areas within that template that we've identified a high level of importance, that they are tracked to this level, and highlighting things that may have been missed or could be done better, or areas of their audit files or areas of the audit that you could gain better efficiencies if you were to use more of the functionality within Caseware. The audit template is phenomenal. I will start with that in case Tim is still listening. There is quite a bit of complexity to it, and there's a lot of functions that do a lot of things. And to users and to auditors just looking at it on the face, it seems like there's just a lot of stuff. Sherlock has made it possible to see how that whole picture hangs together. So you can tie the ribbon between your risks, your controls, all the way through to your management data points, and see how all of these are related. And it helps you to plug the gaps between if a risk has been raised and we're saying that there's a control in place to mitigate that risk that we are relying on, make sure that we're referencing the control to have that complete picture painted. It also highlights when risks haven't actually been marked off as fully addressed within the audit file. That's one of them. There are a number of fields that we track, and on the back of the quality standards, it makes it a lot easier for you to identify the small things in your audit files that may have been missed. Like the little tick box that says that risk is addressed is the last thing. And in the auditor's mind, I've already done the work. I know it's addressed. I don't, in my mind, need to go back and tick the thing. So it's helping with that completeness. And from an overview perspective, from like a manager or a partner, you can flick through a number of engagements really quickly and just get that comfort that, okay, well, my risk assessment is fully complete. These fields are available within the working papers files. That's also important to say, like that's where the data is coming from. But Sherlock helps you to get through them on a summarized level and just flick through a number of engagements without having to open up a whole bunch of them. And other key things close to my heart, making sure your audits are being done on the right version of the template so that you're working on the most current and up-to-date content. It's got reports that help with tracking incorrect sign-off of documents within your audit files. And there's also a whole widget dedicated just to lockdowns and cleanups, because it's something pretty much everyone I've spoken to wants to get better at. Some people are doing a good job, but for the most part, it's a, oh yeah, that thing. Because at the end of the year, everyone feels like we all do now. We just want to go on holiday, thanks. So lockdowns are a next year's problem. So it helps pick up the pedantic level of detail, the same level of detail that quality reviewers are looking at. There's probably one of my favorite things about Sherlock is the level of access that we now get to engagement data. So we've never had it before. Like that, all the work that's been in that audit file has just been in that little box up until, well, when we launched Sherlock. And as we started building these dashboards and exposing these data points and building this story of that audit file, it became a bit of a project within the audit development team to see what else we can expose, because there's a lot of work. I mean, as auditors, you would know how much work goes into your audit file, and there's a lot of information sitting in those files. So what we're trying to do now is, and we've started for the first time with Audit 25, we're building in, I use the term we very lightly, I just sit around and build the dashboards. We're building in additional functionality within the audit template to extract other points. So things that you're already completing, like you're understanding the entity, where you capture who the engagement partner is, how many employees work for their company. Those are all fields that we're now starting to extract so that we can actually build dashboards based off of that. Exciting things like materiality benchmarking, where again, the understanding the entity, you define what entity type it is, right? So then you can, within your own clients, right? You're not benchmarking against anyone else because data security. You can say, I want to see all my mining clients, and then it maps out the current engagement that you're in, its overall materiality as an example, against overall materiality of everyone else. That is a very new feature that I'm quite excited about. It's also not live at the moment. So for those of you that have Sherlock, don't come at me. And it is also only for Audit 25. So it is definitely an evolving thing. And it brings me to the third point of Sherlock Preview is running again after quite a well-attended first exposure when we ran Preview earlier in the year, just before busy season started. Sherlock Preview is a 2-week free access period for Sherlock on your engagement data. So we actually enable that on your cloud so you can see what it is that I'm yammering on about. The current version of that keeps getting developed. And with each release of the audit template for desktop, we'll be adding more and more functionality within that to extract the information you're already capturing.
Absolutely. And the preview is a great way to get a feel for it. The previews we had, David, I think were pretty successful. Almost everyone that did one was really pleased and kept Sherlock, didn't they? They actually they went ahead and installed.
Quite a good conversion rate. Also, a lot of people not doing lockdowns.
Yeah, perhaps highlighted some things, which is good to know, isn't it? That's the whole one of the key benefits of having it.
Yeah. So the normal thing I talk about with Sherlock is no one expects everything to be perfect, but it's really hard to get better at something when you don't know where the shortcomings are. Sherlock, it's there to tell you when you're not doing things as well as you could. So it's not always a fun thing to look at because you're like, oh, okay, so this is what it is. The benefit is you now know. So you can actually target your efforts as a firm. Okay, well, this is our next big rock. We're going to focus on using controls as an example within Caseware better so we can have clearer visibility of how these risks have been addressed. It shows you how you're starting with 0 controls, and then you can track over engagements. Are the teams picking up this new functionality? How are they all using it? Are they all using it the same way? It's the visibility that helps improve audit quality. You can't get better at something if you don't know there's a problem.
Absolutely. And the last point on my SQM slide being, and you have to be able to monitor your systems. Hopefully that shows you just how Sherlock can help with that requirement. So they do go well together, David, you're right. And I guess the point to add from my perspective is where there's obviously a lot happening, and a lot of the innovation and the new stuff is happening in this cloud space with our cloud apps. And so Sherlock has already increased exponentially in the things it can do, and it will only continue to do so. And that's the pleasure of working and developing in the cloud space. We can make new helpful things available to you quicker than the old-fashioned we'll send you an annual update that you have to install on computers and push out around your teams. It's so much easier to keep you current and to help you with new stuff in cloud. So it's another reason to perhaps start considering some of these apps.
Definitely.
Thanks, David.
I do just want to clarify that Sherlock, as it is for desktop hybrid clients. So
True.
Only for working papers clients that have their files on cloud. The reason behind that is that that implementation has been around a lot longer, so that there is a lot more data. And the other reason is the guys that are working on cloud already have new shiny toys, so we needed to give something to the guys on desktop. Sherlock will come to cloud apps. Hopefully no one's recording this. Sometime towards the end of next year is when we can start expecting full implementations of Sherlock. Like everything that we do, there will be early access beta periods to make sure we're actually going down the right path with these things. A number of people have reached out about Sherlock on cloud, so it is definitely a thing that is coming. The data in test environments has started to be fed through, so I know there is progress. So it will be there before you know it. If next year goes anything as quickly as this year has, it'll be tomorrow.
Of course. And just on that point, David, if you are using a product like Agile Audit and you are keen for this sort of stuff, while you're waiting for it, be aware that cloud views that David mentioned earlier on the cloud slide, there is a lot of info we can actually present to you in a cloud view. So if you haven't played with those, have a look in there. And that's really easy. You just go up to the menu in the top left corner and pick Agile Audit from the products list. And when you're in there, the Manage Views button at the top of the screen basically will let you into all of the data that can be pulled out of an engagement file. So you may get a version of what Sherlock can do for our hybrid customers in a cloud view with Agile. Okay, watching the clock. So David, we'll move to the last slide. This one's super quick. We just wanted to confirm, since we're talking cloud apps, SMSF Audit was the first cloud-based app for Caseware globally. We were the guinea pigs for the technology. And as a result, there's people in today's call, no doubt, that have been using Caseware Cloud and aspects of it for a number of years, and we appreciate that. SMSF Audit is still around, still a product that we continue to develop and keep up with compliance and everything, of course. If you are corporate auditors, Agile Audit is our Australian cloud audit tool. There is also a Cloud Audit International app if that is you outside of Australia and you're interested in a cloud-based tool. Ken and his team can help you with that. We also have a Cloud Financials tool. Be aware the content of that is Australian only at this point, but in future, no doubt, international financials will be added to the mix too. And as you heard from George earlier today, if you are online, tax flow is coming as well. This list will only get longer. So one more click, David, will be the little plug from me. We'd love to hear if there's other apps that you think we should think about doing. And in our panel, obviously, we discussed earlier the concept of project management and scheduling. That has been raised with us in the past by others. So we're always open to ideas. What makes sense to add to that suite that helps you do your job better and not better, you're already very good at it, I'm sure, but just helps you out nonetheless. So please don't hesitate to share those ideas, whether it's through David and his team on customer service or your account manager when you're next talking to them as well. We really do welcome that feedback. That's where a lot of our inspiration comes from, you guys using it out in the field every day. Fantastic. That is where we now look to the question box, and we haven't had anything come through to date, David. Is there anything you wanted to recap or end there before we move on to our next chat?
Go and ask IT people about SSO.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great tip. The people using it love it. One less password. It's fantastic.
And your IT team will love it as well. Your risk committee, they'll be all over it.
Absolutely.
SSO.
It's true. Everyone's a winner in SSO. Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you. Now we'll finish up with David and we'll move to another session with, David. We've got a back-to-back. Unfortunately, everyone's stuck with us for another little bit longer.
But
it's worth it. Yeah, it's worth it, we promise. While we're talking cloud apps, it made sense, we thought, to logically discuss with you the migration journey. We've flagged it a couple of times over the 2 days. We don't, and look, Scott on the get-go confirmed for us, we still have a large customer base using our desktop and hybrid versions of Caseware. Absolutely fine. That product isn't going anywhere. But for those of you that do want to start considering the move to cloud, we wanted to just take the opportunity while we're with you today to explain a little bit more about how that works. So David, I'll flick your slides up for you and I'll let you kick things off with this as to just what that migration journey is and looks like for someone wanting to move.
Perfect. Thank you. I don't get the big introduction this time.
No, once is enough.
I can feel the ego deflating as we speak. I just want to, before I start getting into the agenda, expand a bit on what Sarah was just saying about desktop and cloud. There's a lot of talk about cloud because there's a lot of new apps in that area. That focus on development is because as an organization, we want to be where you need us, right? It's not us building cloud because this is the only thing that we're going to do from now on. We're building cloud because there is a need from some of our clients to move in that direction, and we want to be your partners with your audit technology. So this migration to cloud, this is not us saying, well, this is what you're going to have to do in the next 3 months, or you want to have Caseware. This is us saying, if this is something you want to look at, this is what it might look like for you. The biggest takeaway, I'm summarizing my presentation before I've started, is that we're ready when you are. And if you don't know when you're ready, you can also just have a conversation. So on to the first point of ready when you are. And the first thing to acknowledge is that change can be scary, especially if you happen to be an auditor that's used Caseware on the desktop for a rather long time. The cloud apps are phenomenal. They are great. You don't need to install updates every year, but they are different, right? And it's a different way of working through files. And naturally, there's some hesitation to changing the way your entire firm does their main thing, right? That makes sense. So a big part of why I wanted the session in, aside from being a project that's absorbed quite a significant amount of my time over the last couple of months, is that we're on this journey with you to support you through the change. It's not just okay, well, if you want Caseware Cloud, there you go and use Agile on your way. We've gone through the effort of defining migration pathways based on our client base. 99% of our clients fit into a couple of categories. And that be it like a purely desktop client that's just using working papers installed on a laptop with no smart sync or no cloud integration. And then we've got our hybrid clients using working papers on the desktop and then all their files up in the cloud. And then naturally we have new clients and what that looks like, because changing from Caseware to Caseware, less concerning than changing from something else to Caseware. So we've gone through the effort of building out these processes so that right up at the front, when you reach out to your account manager and want to know more about cloud apps and what it would look like for you guys to move across, we've got this journey painted for you. You will know exactly what to expect at each different phase. Naturally, things take varying amounts of time depending on the work that's going to go into it and how many files are going across. But in principle, we define the touch points at each stage, so you know what is going to happen, what it's going to look like, what will be the impact on staff at each point during that process, so that you can have as much clarity as possible. And the fourth point here, Caseware does have a solution for whatever stage of the journey you're on, right? So if you're just a potential new client looking at Caseware, we've got purely desktop, we've got hybrid, and we've got full cloud to fit into whatever stage of this cloud adoption journey that you're on. And if you're an existing client just wanting to know more and you don't know what stage of the journey you're on, because that's also a thing, because sometimes you talk to people about cloud, and it's like, what is it? And what does it look like? And where are my files actually stored? And these type of questions, because auditors being naturally skeptical people, I've worked with Sarah long enough to know, there's inherent distrust is the wrong word, but skepticism is probably a friendlier one, in changing and storing stuff on the cloud. So questions, where's my file stored? How is it protected? Who can access it? Those are the questions we're here for. So if you want to know more just about your current subscription, is this the best thing for you? Reach out to your account manager, and they will talk to you about all of the lovely things I'm about to cover off in super speed. We've gone through the process, as I referred to 5 seconds ago, of defining these journeys. And a key point in that we've identified, because we've done a number of them since our cloud apps came to fruition, and something that's really shown to be a valuable addition is a key technical point of contact. So there's one person that sits with you from the start, where you have that initial conversation with your account manager, all the way through. They'll be the person doing implementation. They will help you with some of the migration. They will help you with some of the validation. And then there'll be a full handover to my team. That one person understanding the complete context of what you're trying to achieve, why you're moving, which files you're moving. It helps to have stability through that whole process. And you have a person through that migration process that you can go to with any questions that you have. There are a few discovery sessions. A lot of those will happen before the migration process really kicks in. And that would be between yourself and your account manager to make sure that the product you're looking at moving to is the right fit. And once we know it is the right fit, then we start talking about, okay, so in terms of moving these files to the cloud, which ones are we moving? Are we just doing the current year? Are we doing current and prior? If you're doing a hybrid migration, are you wanting to just get rid of your server and move all of your files to cloud? That is a thing. So there's been a number of hybrid migrations in the last couple of weeks. And a big part of that is clients wanting to just remove their local server requirements. They don't want to maintain the server that's only purpose is storing Caseware files. So we've just lifted and shifted their entire set of audit files from their server to Caseware Cloud. And now it's up on cloud, it's backed up, it's available if they need it. And they don't need to worry about the maintenance anymore. So the discovery sessions help us to understand kind of the scope of what you're wanting to achieve. And then that allows us to better advise you as to, okay, well, this is how we're going to stagger this migration. Like this, we're going to start with some of our older files, for example, and do a proof of concept migration, so that if we move something and then there's a big delay, we haven't moved active files and no one can do any work. So those type of things happen during this. There naturally will be some training depending on the solution you're moving into. There's going to be a cloud training, definitely, and then potentially app training. And then collateral provided to your team, because during a training session, if you're anything like me, you absorb like maybe 70% of what's going on, because you need to really be using something to understand it. So collateral is provided to people that attend these training courses and these implementation sessions, so that it just acts as a reinforcement of that knowledge that they've just gained. And then second last is a scheduled check-in with your account manager. And that's for us to make sure that we have that point of contact a certain number of weeks or months after you've gone into this new system. Naturally, there'll be a lot of points of contact during the migration, but once you're in, we want you to just get into it and come back to us if there are any issues, and that check-in is a very important point in that. And then I was gonna add an Aladdin picture, and then I couldn't find one, and well, you'll have a whole new world and a magic carpet not included. But yes, a new world. The next bit, and this slide probably could have just been the first bullet point, and that's who's the best person to guide you on the best solution for your organization. And it is your account manager, because quite literally, they understand exactly what your current subscription is, and they'll have a really good picture of the initial conversations they had when you started with Caseware and anything that's changed up until then. So reach out to your account manager and just have a chat, because it's an important thing to note here that not all applications are created equally. They can't do all the things that the other ones can, right? We did not build Cloud Audit for parity with desktop. That's not its purpose. It is a different thing that does audits really well in the cloud. But there are considerations, right? As soon as something is entirely cloud-based, if you don't have internet, Optus, you would not be able to get to your engagement files, right? Now, that's just a fact of cloud-based computing, and that is a risk, and auditors love risks. So it's something that needs to be considered. So speaking to your account manager, they'd be able to ask, okay, well, just what is like the internet situation? Do you audit clients that are just in the CBD and surrounding suburbs, and you're never gonna you're never gonna have an issue with internet access? Or are you one of our regional clients who's frequently in the middle of whoop whoop with no internet? Then a cloud solution is probably not going to be the best fit. And looping back again to how Sarah started the session talking about desktop, that is why we have the suite of apps, because not everything suits every single person. And we want to scale to where you are at your stage in that journey, but also just in terms of your like functional requirements, right? So if you're going somewhere and you need to be able to audit, you need offline capability if there's not going to be internet, right? So hybrid working papers, no matter how much you like the cloud apps, hybrid working papers is probably what you're going to need, because it allows you to get a copy of that file before you leave the office, head out into the sticks and just do your audit locally on the laptop. When you get back to the office, like magic, it synchronizes to the cloud. These are the type of considerations, these are the questions that the account managers are equipped to ask you to kind of extract these key points of information, because there are critical decisions that get made in these things, and we don't want to sell you Agile Audit as a fantastic thing that gets rid of updates and installations, which is probably the thing that excites me the most about it, if it's not going to be the right fit. So that conversation is exactly why your account manager is there, and they also have access to all of the other wonderful people in Caseware if they need to have a more technical conversation. And this is a question. We get this question quite a lot. And usually the answer is, how long is a piece of string? Because it is highly variable. Having said that, I don't know that we've ever taken a migration, or we've ever had a migration take longer than 2 or 3 weeks in recent memory. If anyone's on the call that's going to dispute that, please don't. And we'll talk about it later. So it does depend on your requirements. Migrating working papers files to hybrid is a different type of migration to migrating working papers files to Agile Audit, for example. You approach them differently. For both instances, we've developed tools, and I think CloudBridge would have been mentioned earlier on today, because that is a pretty fantastic piece of software engineering that came together to simplify this process. But they are different by nature. So a hybrid migration is actually taking those files and physically moving all of them and their bits to Caseware Cloud, so that you're accessing the same thing in the same file in a different way. And that type of migration is usually we do it over a weekend, for example, because we're actually taking all these files off the server and sending them across. So there is an actual transfer of files, whereas with Agile, it fits more into like your year-end close process, for example, because what you're doing with that is that you're chucking the, there's a better word for that, you're placing what is the tool called again? CloudBridge document
Yes.
into the engagement file. I'm good at my job, it's okay. You're placing that CloudBridge document into the file and moving the data across as part of that process, right? So you're not actually moving the entire file. So it's a much smaller process, and it's also much faster. So the utilities we have for hybrid migrations would be the Caseware Cloud Migration Manager, and then CloudBridge for the cloud app migrations. The timeline does get defined at the start of the project in terms of what you're needing by when, right? So if you need to have everything good to go by the second week of January, for an example, that is fantastic, and we can work within that, because most of these are really simple processes. That's the other thing that's important to note. It's not complicated. It is probably more of like a time and understanding thing than it is a complex process because of the utilities that we have in place. And the other point is that it doesn't all have to be done at once. If you think about both types of migration really, but the hybrid migration, you can start, like if you're wanting to get rid of the entire server, right, which is the most common example we're seeing these days, you can start with files, 7 years, what is that, like 2015? Something like that, and start migrating those. Now, you don't have to move 3 terabytes of data over one weekend. So you can, and it also gives you confidence in the functionality, confidence in that your team's not going to be cut off and unable to do any work. So you can start moving these files in smaller chunks in the lead up to that. And then when it comes to that weekend where we want to move your production files or your live files, we're just doing 2023. Easy. And up until then, you'll be able to see all the files moving to cloud, and you've got the confidence in the system and what it's going to look like for your staff. Big bang approaches are generally terrifying because it requires everything to go right on the first try.
It has been done, but possibly not advised or recommended, David, I guess.
Yeah, there are such situations where the big bang approach is the only one, right? Like, okay, we've got this server and it's got a license that's expiring next week, so we don't want to renew, right? So we can do that, which is like we can. I don't want to say we can do anything because it sounds super arrogant, but we are able to bend over backwards for our clients because we love you guys so much. But these journeys, what we're talking about in the normal course of events, we would have like a 2-week period where we can just work through this, because the key thing for us is the understanding and making sure that it is shared between yourselves and us. So everyone at the end is exactly where we thought we'd be at the beginning when we spoke about it. We don't want any surprises.
Absolutely. And that is why we did want to take the opportunity today to have this conversation with you. We're not trying to scare you at all. We just want you to understand what's involved, because the maximum amount of time we can put between when we start this process to when you need to be finished, I guess the better. Ultimately, it takes the pressure out of it. So perhaps this time of year between now and Christmas is a great time, if nothing else, to pick up the phone and chat to your account manager and have that kickoff call of, let's decide when the time is right and what we need. So when we start the new calendar year, we already have a bit of a game plan for that. And even if it's not that you're moving next year, but you've had the conversation, you know what you want. And so that's an end of next year thing, whatever that might be.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with starting the conversation now. David, can I just get you to clarify, perhaps while we're talking about this, for those that are considering the move from desktop audit system to cloud agile audit, what about historical data? As in, with hybrid, we're moving everything from Office to cloud. What about the historical files sitting in audit system?
It's a very good question. It's probably a point I should have put on my slide. We'll address that. So those files can be maintained locally. They can also be put onto Caseware Cloud. So it depends on your situation. Again, everything on the slide depends on your situation and what you're wanting to achieve. So the current year file, so your prior year file is being completed in desktop working papers. It makes sense that when you'd roll that file forward, and then Cloud Bridge, or would you do it the other way around? Cloud Bridge into the file before you roll it forward, so that you can take all the risks and everything into the engagement on cloud. So that your New Year's engagement is on cloud, and then your working papers file for all your historical information is still sitting in the desktop file. Those can also be migrated to cloud. So not like a SmartSync thing, because you wouldn't have that SmartSync license, I guess, once you've fully moved across. With our migrations to cloud apps, you also do get working papers licenses for the year of your migration. So that's also something worth noting, because again, big bang approaches are scary. So you get the opportunity to transition. We don't expect you to do 500 engagements in a month just to get everything onto cloud, right? So you maintain that Caseware license in conjunction with your new app licenses, so that you can do all of those migrations across during that next subscription year. And it's not just big rush, everything, go, do it all now and make all the mistakes. We want to take as much stress out of this as possible, because there's enough going on without worrying about moving audit files around. So you get that working papers license so that you can move across your older files, you can transition your current files to those apps. But for your legacy information, you definitely want to hold on to that. So that can also be migrated using the same or similar utility to files on cloud, if that answers your question.
It does, and there is one more follow-up question I will raise now, or will address now very quickly. The question related to the integration between cloud apps. So does Cloud Financials integrate with Agile Audit? That's a really good question, because in desktop land, a lot of people create what we'd call a combined file that's got audit work papers and financial statements. In cloud, it is a bit of a same but different, the mantra we use internally, that you can create what is basically a combined file, but it is treated differently. You'd import and map your trial balance into Agile Audit, then you'd copy that map trial balance into a Cloud Financials file. So you get the same end result, but they are in two separate engagement files, but those engagement files sit next to each other under that entity. So long-winded answer to the question, you don't create a combined file, but it's an alternate approach. Back to you and your slides, David.
So you can definitely still use as much as everybody likes mapping, we're not going to make you do it twice.
Correct.
And then the last point, just to finish off on this slide, is that everything is based on your requirements, right? So you tell us what you want, and we will guide you based on our previous experience doing these things and the best practices in place. Just because everyone loves it when their staff are not being productive and logging hours, I thought I would address this, because again, it depends, but not really. So file migrations, and if we're talking about specifically the hybrid model, those migrations for live files we normally do over a weekend, where in a perfect world, auditors wouldn't be doing any work. I find that's becoming less and less true, depending on the people I speak to. So we schedule those to start Friday, and then they finish at some point during that weekend, so that Monday when people come in, their files are on cloud, their Caseware is already integrated to cloud, and they just keep going. Part of the migration utility that we use, which is just fantastic, if you are migrating from a locally hosted SmartSync server, and your staff already have child copies of their engagement files on their devices, right? We'll run that migration over the weekend. On Monday, when they come into the office and open up their existing child copy, it will, by magic, connect to the copy on cloud. They don't need to do anything. There's no opening up the file and it's going to be offline and not able to connect to anything. It'll take, there's like a 10-second process that runs when it opens up for the first time, and then it's connected to cloud and just keeps doing what it's really good at. So that was a big part in just kind of smoothing over the user experience and that adoption, so it's not people doing work in copies that are abandoned or offline, because that never ends well. So file migrations we normally run over the weekends, so very little to no downtime, because again, the iterative approach is best, and we can start moving legacy files first. We just do those live files right at the end. data migration to cloud apps is slightly different, and it really works well if you just integrate that into your processes, where as that file is getting rolled forward, just before we do that, we actually just create that engagement cloud, move the data across, and then that engagement is now managed in the cloud. So no downtime for the cloud apps, because the file's not actually moved anywhere. It's staying exactly where it is. You're creating a new one as part of this process. So it does get integrated. So it adds a few more clicks, but that's pretty much it based on the utilities that we've got. You need to consider time for implementation and training, because we're not going to let you get through this process without a full implementation and a few training sessions, depending on how many apps you're picking up. So it's consideration around that, but that is planned upfront, and that discussion with your implementation consultant and your account manager as to when your implementation will be. That's normally an hour-long session, unless you have extenuating circumstances. And then there'll be a couple of training courses. So there's a Cloud Essentials course if you're moving to hybrid, and then there's the Cloud Financials and the Agile Audit training course if you're moving to the cloud apps. But
correct.
Ultimately, we've got some really well-designed processes and tools that just reduce the friction in this move. We're definitely not going to be saying, okay, well, for the entirety of this week, you get to do no auditing. That's not how this works. It is very much built in and planned out, so you also have control, because you tell us when to do it. And we have done migrations in the middle of the week before, because it felt like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, some people might be disappointed to hear they don't have an excuse to stop auditing, but we want it. Yes, we want it to be as painless as possible, and hopefully, despite the fact we've talked in quite a bit of detail there, I hope it wasn't overwhelming, and it might have sounded a bit like a big deal. Ultimately, the recap on the whole session is it's actually not a big deal unless it really needs to be, and we want to help you with it. And so we will wait patiently to hear from you, I guess. Reach out to your account manager like I recommended. Maybe just have the conversation now to understand what it means for you and your practice. We can loop David in on those conversations. We can help you make the right call. And then when that time is right, whether it's to hybrid, to cloud, to whatever it is in between, we're really keen to help with that.
The biggest thing you need to focus on is making sure you're having the conversation to pick the right platform. The migration, you don't need to worry about it. Like that, the functionality of that and how we've got it planned out and how we will walk you through it, it's not going to be something that warrants any level of concern.
Correct. And so we thank you for some of the questions that are coming through. We do have one more, David, I'd love to address too, because I recognise it might be on the front of some people's mind. The question was, what's the time frame for the discontinuing of desktop? I want to just re-emphasize what was mentioned yesterday. There is no end of life date on our desktop technology as yet. We are still, I guess it's not a great place for us to be, but we are happily there. We are in full double development of cloud and desktop solutions. We are continuing to develop audit system and update that and enhance that where we can, as well as Agile Audit. And it's the same with our financials, cloud and desktop. We aren't switching off desktop on you. If and when we do, we will have to have a long game plan for that, and we will keep you in the loop of that, and there will definitely be no surprises in that space. So please don't worry about that suddenly being, I've got a year or two to move. We will make sure we are open and transparent with you on that. But to re-emphasize again, there is no end of life date on our desktop technology as yet at all.
Definitely not. A big part of that is the earlier slide, just making sure that we have a platform that works for everyone, depending where they're at. So when you see Andreas in the next section or the next session and he's looking incredibly frazzled, it's because he's responsible for developing two entirely separate platforms to do similar things. Definitely not turning working papers off. The amount of effort we're spending and investing into the cloud integration with working papers is testament to that. So Sherlock and its first outing into the public was with desktop, because there is an immense amount of value there, and there are a lot of people still on desktop, and there will be for a long time still. And it's my baby. Sometimes I want to throw it out the window. Most of the times it works really well though.
Most of the time it does. David, thank you. Thank you for a back-to-back session too. And on behalf of everyone in the call, please extend our thank you to your team as well, who've had obviously a big year, just like our Caseware customers have. We've heard a lot of that over the last couple of days. It's been a big 12 months. So thank you for all you do to support Caseware firms. I know lots of people have lots of nice things to say. So as our customers wind down, I'm sure your team is too. I'm looking forward to our Christmas get-together where we can pat each other on the back collectively in person for once.
It will be good. I mean, the support team is always thrilled to hear when auditors are planning Christmas vacations. It's a wonderful time of the year.
They're close. They are very close indeed. Thank you, David. All the best for the rest of the afternoon. Appreciate your time.
See ya.
And on that note, I will now be introducing my colleague. He's had a starring role already in our conference, but he's back for more. Mr. Andreas Ong, Head of Development. He's on the spot. He's in his Caseware shirt. Always nice to see you guys all branded up, looking sharp. It's been a big couple of days, Andreas. There's been a lot discussed. I've just had the pleasure of being able to compliment David. I'd now like to do the same to you and your development team. You guys, I know, have been working just as hard behind the scenes and delivering on some amazing stuff this year. Thank you for all you do. It's been a big year, right, for you and the team? How many are in your team now, and where are you up to?
Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for that. I'll make sure that all the dev team got the win of the praises as well. And definitely they're looking forward for the free lunch coming from you next week. So how big is my team? Well, you'll be surprised. Like, our team is not that big. In terms of the product that we support, I think I lost count. I basically stopped counting how many products we're releasing. But we have about six full-time team on the development side, excluding myself. And then I got 2 part-time working on the side projects that we have. So we are actively working on it. This year has been a fun year because we have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of the changes, which means that we can bring some of those exciting new innovations into the template. If you look at last year, we were really deep down trying to do the 315, and it was a really big effort to get it up and running in the desktop and in the cloud as well. So this year, if you are in our release webinar, you'll see the ASA compliance report. That itself took almost 2 months of development. One person actually, I think one of my dev team almost lost her sanity building it. But it turned out really good. It turned out really beautiful. And of course, it's version 1. There's always improvement that we can do. But yeah, so 6 people, I've been able to keep them busy with the template update, but also to do some fun stuff in the backend, building some innovations, some new ideas. Most of it probably wouldn't make it to the template because we haven't been able to make it work. But the one that makes it to the template is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess on that, this session was sort of titled The Roadmap Ahead. The next 12 months, I know some of that stuff that didn't make our last release. We've been through our desktop release, our cloud apps update as well. Into the new year, we'll have another cloud apps update well and truly before the need for 30 June audit season kickoff. That will potentially include some of that extra work.
Oh yes. So the one that I know that's already on the horizon, just waiting for. So we are finalizing the design of it, and then we're waiting for the green light for that to be coded. Is the partner and manager summary work document?
Great.
So that will help you to easily wrap your audit engagement. So technically, when we release it in December, then not December, we release it the next year around March or April maybe. When we release it, you will be able to have additional tools to help you with the quality maintenance. So one page summary where you can review, okay, well, what does the engagement look like for me? And have I done everything I need to do to complete? That has been a massive effort by the dev team in order to get it up and running, and it's looking really good, the design. So I'm looking forward to get that one into the agile audit template.
Great.
There's a few other things that's hiding in the background, but one thing that really excites me as well is that the work that we can do with transactions. So as always, we start small. So if you miss it in the SMSF audit, we did the bank transaction analysis. That one was one way that we can sort of prove as a proof of concept how we can work with the transactions. So we were able to, it took a while to get the idea flowing with that one because we have to deal with a lot of number of transactions. But I really loved it because it allows us to do an overview of the bank account transactions over the year, analyze the transactions, and also help the auditor to easily pinpoint whether the bank has dipped below zero, which is in non-compliance for the SMSF audit. So it's one way that we can work with the transactions, and of course with all the new technology that the Scott was saying in the day one is that we are working on the analytics, not just test, but more like how can analytics guide you in your engagement preparation. That it will gonna open so much doors of possibilities and opportunities, and hopefully doesn't drive my development team crazy as well.
Yes, true. We will be careful with that. But that is true. The insights-driven audit has been a bit of a catchphrase for a little while now, inside and outside of Caseware. So it makes sense that we're starting to get more and more ability to access data. So we need the data to help us make informed decisions and the right plan for our audits and the right disclosure decisions for our financials. The data can do a lot. The issue, I guess, we are currently facing, and it's not just us, but people on today's call, no doubt, is that accessibility of that data is still a hurdle I think we're having to get past.
That's right.
Yeah. And there's only so much we can do with that. But Andreas, we do have some integrations. That's where I guess things are going.
Well, if you look at the application integration, if you look at international level, we have a lot. Like anything that we have in the desktop has been fully migrated to the cloud as well. What's missing on the desktop is that the cloud-based application integration. Our working papers desktop is find it really challenging to pull data directly from the cloud, direct integration, just because desktop and cloud doesn't really have the right connections on it. So cloud to cloud actually has been developed and it's been working really well. For the Australian market, Xero is done and dusted, ready to go. QuickBooks as well, done and dusted, ready to go. Then we are currently working on MyOp as well, trying to get it up and running. It has been a very interesting development, but we are also looking at how, because in terms of the data, there's always three different people with the data. First one is people who has full access to the data.
Mm-hmm.
Second one, people who only have read-only access to the data. And then the last one is people who don't actually have access to the data as well. So they have to rely heavily on their clients. So our integration, it's catered for people who has full access to the data. So like if you do Xero integration, yes, if your auditor's login for Xero allows you to authenticate applications, then yeah, you can pull the data in. But if your auditor's login only allows you to view things, you won't be able to authenticate Caseware. And we've gone and we've talked to Xero as well. Like, guys, we need some help here because we need the auditors to authenticate. So maybe you can help us, our auditors here, help us to talk to Xero as well. If you are using Xero as part of your practice, talk to Xero and ask them to allow us to authenticate auditors, because at the moment we have to do a lot of workarounds to have the direct integrations working. And in order to help that, what we've done as well is we also look at report reader. So if you run a CSV export from the accounting system, we will look at how we can import that one directly to Caseware. So if you look at our solution, we have the MyOp CSV. So that's our stopgap for now for import. So if your client has MyOp, they can generate CSV report. We will be able to take trial balance and transactions into the audit and financials file.
Great. That's definitely the way of the future. So yeah, hopefully it becomes a bit easier for us to help you with that data access and import. The other consideration, I know, again, we're in a transition period, I think, Andreas, but there is always that thing, and having been on the audit side of data is great, data is powerful. If we can do good stuff with data, great, let's do it. But at the other end of the engagement, when we're done, we're finished, we've concluded, we're all comfortable with that audit, that it is done, it's ready for lockdown, what are we leaving in the file? And so if we've imported the full general ledger into an audit engagement file, are we potentially opening ourselves up for something there in future? So that is something we know, I think, is probably one of the reasons not many people are jumping at importing data just yet, if you can get at it, of course. But that is something I guess we also have to be aware of as we develop.
That's something that's I guess it's something that keeps our auditors awake at night as well. Like, have I done everything that I've done? And I know also sometimes maybe it's because of the nature of our audit industry as well, where if you miss something, even by mistake, you can be punished for it. So maybe there needs to be a change in the audit industry as well. We as an auditors can have the power to talk to the regulator and to have more leniency in terms of how we use data in the audit engagement. Because the good side, if we can have that the right balance, that's basically mean that, well, we can have all the data sets inside the lockdown file without fear of repercussions. And then the good side of that one is that as we go year on year, we will be able to make use of all the available data. Using the current situation, we actually have to wipe out all the data at the lockdown, and then we have to answer the question from the external reviewer: how do you come up with that sample size that you're testing? And that's going to be an interesting discussion as well.
Yeah, it is an interesting time. I love your optimism about how we could just talk to the regulators and get them to change their ways. Wouldn't it be great? The jury's out, that's for sure. We'll see how we go with that. Perhaps to move on, Andreas, the other area I know that you are looking into now, because of course a lot of today's audience are auditors. You're auditing financial statements prepared by your clients. The tool that they're using to produce their financials is potentially still Microsoft Word and a very old template that's been rolled forward forever. So we're looking at introducing our cloud financials technology to corporate entities, Andreas?
Oh, yes. I'm so excited about that one. Well, Denise and the team in the sales has been basically, every time I see them online, of course, every time I see them, I say, can I sell it yet, Andreas? So we are working on a strategy for it. So it's not a solution, it's not a product, but we are working on the strategy. So the current cloud financials, it is capable to help our corporate clients because it has helped our auditors and accountants. So definitely it's capable. The problem that we have to address is that there's two problems. The first problem is the skills and the knowledge of the corporate clients, whether they have the necessary knowledge to use the application and also to prepare a set of financials. And I'm quite happy that normally the set of financials of the corporate clients is always being guided by our auditors. So that's quite good, and that's really helpful. So that way, but it still creates some problem with our corporate clients. So we will have to help them. So the role will be either the corporate clients work directly with their auditors to prepare the set of financials, or they work with us, and then we'll help them to polish their financials to the end.
Sure.
The second issue, which I'm happy to put on the back of my mind and just bury it for a while, is the issue of formatting. That's, believe it or not, the desktop financials, more than 50% of the support call relates to how can I set my column title aligned to the right, and how can I change my font size. Whilst the financials were supposed to be, is your numbers correct? So we work with our dev team in Canada to make sure that the financials is as good as you can get it, but we wanting to find a way that we want to invest time more on how we can make preparing the financials easier, automating numbers, automating calculations, providing better review tools as well. Just want to highlight a good point in here. Like we have two big requests that always popped up on the financial solutions. The first request is multi-user. The second request is Microsoft Word level of track changes. So with the cloud financials, we address issue number one, multi-user, done and dusted. So you can have multiple people working on the same financial at the same time. So now we're working on issue number two. We will not be able to give you Microsoft Word level track changes, but we will be able to give you something that can help you achieve to how you can fast track your partner review, manager review, how you can fast track your client review as well, and how you can even collaborate with the clients. Wouldn't it be nice if you can send a table to the client? Can you just fill in your fixed assets movements here? If you already have the data, just fill it in. I just have to verify it on my end. Or if you have the director's information, you just send the director's report to the client and say, well, can you fill in all these blank details that I don't have? You have the data, I don't, just fill it in. So that will be good as well. So fast tracking and making sure we can improve the time it takes to prepare a set of financials.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we're really keen on exploring that. I was talking to a customer just last week, Andreas, about financials. They're an audit firm that had moved to Agile Audit, had implemented cloud financials, and quote unquote, cloud financials has been a breath of fresh air. They can pump out accounts much more quickly, which was the key thing that they were pleased with, but did flag that the font and the formatting was something they wanted to play with. So we recognize that, and we know that you're in a bit of an awkward position servicing your clients. Your clients want it to look a certain way. It's not necessarily you asking for that, but we do understand that. And at the end of the day, at the moment, we're not building a report writer, we're building a financials generation tool. So it's tricky, but we hear
it is a compilation tool. One thing that our customers probably don't realize is that the financials tool, it has been around for almost 30 years. The formatting enhancement has only come in the last 10 years.
Yeah, okay.
So, and if you compare it to our cloud financials has only been around for 3 years. So, and with the ease of use and the UI that we have currently in the cloud financials, it's a lot easier to pick up compared to the desktop financials. But we like to provide our client with options, right? So that's why we're still doing double development. If it's up to me, I probably draw the line, sunset the cloud financial, sunset the desktop financials, and go to the cloud. But we do recognize that there's always gonna be 10%, 20% who needs the specific formatting in order to meet their requirements. So that's why we have desktop. Desktop's still around. You can do as complex formatting as you want in the desktop. But if you just want to pump out a fully compliant financials, cloud financials is the best way to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, yes, just to reiterate that again, there is no sunset date on those desktop pieces of
No,
technology.
definitely not. Definitely not.
Despite what Andreas would like.
Despite what I would like, definitely not. And it will be an interesting changes coming next year, because Carmen is saying that there's gonna be changes on the formatting, on the layout of the balance sheet and income statement next year, I think. So,
Okay. Interesting year ahead. You do need a
yeah.
Chrissy holiday first if we're going to start doing that in the new year. And
Yeah.
then in terms of the way forward then, so we've talked a little bit about that. I guess the couple of things I can add from my perspective, I have been lucky enough to be included in a number of discussions across the back half of this year at an international level. There's basically 3 key projects which we've talked around across the couple of days. So the ISA / in our case ASA 600 revision that is obviously coming. Matt talked about it again today and reconfirmed that that is a current project. We have to be able to help you document appropriately the component aspect of that new requirement, the component auditor, the work performed and your review of their work. So that is something that's very active and obviously important. That's a compliance thing. So that has to take priority. We always do compliance focused things first. That's happening. There has been a number of very exciting, in a really nerdy way, meetings about analytics. That's come up a little bit. We've been talking about that for a long time. I shouldn't be as excited as I am at midnight and 1 a.m. at the morning in those meetings, but I am, because there is just so much on the list to be discussed and the stuff that we could do is amazing. So it is a big, big project, and that'll be a case of how do you eat an elephant style. I'm sure we will iterate. It will be a minimum viable release of version 1 with the basics that will add on to progressively, but that is a very active project. And the one that has also kicked off recently is a focus on how we can embrace AI, whether it be the traditional type AI or the generative AI. And I've even had conversations with people around that concept of beyond AI, even just automation through perhaps robotic type technology as well. So we are looking, and Scott's session at the start of yesterday probably touched on that too, that there's lots of technology out there now. So we don't want to keep reinventing the wheel. We want to embrace what's there, make the most of what's there, adopt it, and help you with that adoption too. So enjoy the Christmas holiday, Andreas, because I reckon 2024 is going to be another big one for us.
Am I at the near the end of my allocated time at the moment, Sarah?
You are. Is there anything you'd like to add before we pass?
Can I leave everyone with a single thought, right? Probably some of us, I'm not pointing fingers, some of us probably already using ChatGPT in their work life, especially to do things, right? Well, the biggest question that we always receive from our clients is that, where is the data located? So if you are using ChatGPT to ask question about your audits or your financials preparations, are you disclosing clients' data on ChatGPT? Where is it stored? Where is it being processed? And that is something that we have to solve in Caseware when we're implementing AI, because we also need to consider what data is being shared. If you want AI, then you will need to be open to share your data. Of course, we will sanitize it completely, so it's non-identifying, non-personal data. But you will need to be open to share data so that the AI can learn, and then it can provide you with guidance. It's just like when we're looking at our fireplace, we cannot say, give me fire and give me heat. You have to put woods in there in order to be able to get fire. So have a think about it, because I'm sure at one state when we start to do AI, there is going to be a pop-up in your cloud that basically say, Caseware AI is ready, but in order for you to participate and use it, you need to surrender your data. Have a think about it, because we can only work with what we have. And honestly, you do not want a Caseware AI providing guidance and assistance based on test data, dummy data. That's something to think about for next year's conference.
Wow. What a way to end your session, Andreas, with a thought bubble like that for everyone to take away. And may I compliment you on another brilliant analogy. That is Andreas's gift. He always has the perfect analogy. That's a new one, fireplaces. I like it. It worked. Thank you. It was a really interesting discussion. I appreciate being able to spitball through some of that with you. And as I said at the kickoff, thank you for all your efforts this year. Much appreciated. Enjoy your well-earned holiday.
Yeah, my biggest regret for this year, I am unable to join the breakfast.
Oh, that's true. Andreas
That's
is
my
Brisbane
biggest regret.
based.
My biggest regret.
That's
The
a shame.
timing is not right. The project, there's too much happening at the moment, so I'm not able to make it to the Melbourne or Sydney breakfast. Denise is upset with me. Like, I was expecting you to be here.
It is
So
a shame.
apologies. I won't be able to get to see everyone in the breakfast.
We'll make sure we get you in front of some clients next year, Andreas. I'll have to post you a cupcake. That's okay. We'll find a way. Thank you, sir, for your time. All the best and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to me.
All the best, Andreas. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. We will welcome back Ken to wrap up the day. There are a thought bubble or two for you, Ken, to embrace as well. You're muted, Ken.
What an afternoon, Sarah. Some very, very good sessions. Yeah, so it's been a very great 2 days, getting to see all the different presentations and hearing from a very wide range of different topics. You've got wide variety of topics. We're thinking Caseware's thinking about the future. We're thinking about what we expect new auditors to join the market, what they should look like, how do we prepare for them. We talk a lot about mental health with Elaine, a very, very good presentation. Today we've heard from Matt, and we've got a very good discussion this afternoon. I thought that was one of the highlights of today, as well as the launch of Tax Flow. That was also a very exciting topic that we had, and obviously Andreas's little session that we had that he's thrown some thoughts for everyone to take away. So yes,
absolutely. Hopefully that's given you all some comfort, I guess, that we're all working hard. We're thinking, we're looking ahead, we're trying to support you in what we're developing, making sure we're developing the right things for you in the right order as well. And that session also we had in the middle there with David of helping you understand, I guess, that transition, that when the time is right from desktop to some of this cloud technology that's coming, we're there to support you and help you through that. So I agree, Ken, it's been a big couple of days. Something I'd love to just touch on, because Andreas did and reminded me, if you weren't with us yesterday, you wouldn't have heard us plug for the last chance. We still have some places available at our breakfast. It is tomorrow, and I can see that Ken's trying to show some info on screen. We can't actually show that on screen, I don't believe.
I'll take our faces off.
Okay, if you can do that. Okay, I'll show myself again because I realize we can't talk to you when we have that up. So there's a little hiccup. That's okay. I can verbally tell you about this. I apologize. Look at that. We're ending the day with a little trick like that. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Melbourne at the Savoy on Collins. I would love to see you in person and shake your hand. It's been a long time. So please join us at the Savoy in Melbourne if you can tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. We do need to register you, just so there's a ticket, a name tag for you at the door though. So if you aren't already on that list and would like to be, your diary's freed up, use the chat now to say yes Melbourne and we'll register you, or flick me an email, sarah.butler@caseware.com. We can register you still. And then the same thing for Friday morning, jumping on a plane tomorrow afternoon to head to Sydney for an 8 a.m. breakfast at the Swissôtel in Sydney City. on Friday morning. Again, I'd love to see you there. At those breakfasts, it is predominantly a networking opportunity for you. We love to just give you the room to chat to each other and catch up on the year that was, perhaps a bit of a debrief on the conference, but we will have a couple of specific conversations at those events too, just to cap off on what has been a very valuable and exciting few days of CwX APAC. So, Ken, we're done. We made it. Thank you for your help across the 2 days. It's been a great event.
Sorry, one last thing.
Yeah.
Just want to remind everyone there's going to be a landing page. All the videos that we're going to be making available as recording will be available on the landing page. A lot of resources, a lot of information shared during the last couple of days. That's all going to be available there. So I'm sure a lot of people might have been taking notes, making mental notes to come back and follow up on some things. The landing page will have all that information, really going to be useful for those of you who have taken a lot out of the last couple of days.
Absolutely correct. And we will send that out to all registered attendees as soon as that is complete. So on behalf of Ken and the team, thank you very much for attending across the couple of days, CwX APAC 2023, and making it the event it was. It's been a brilliant couple of days. We look forward to seeing some of you in the next couple of days now at our breakfasts. Otherwise, thank you very much and good afternoon.